The House will be in order. The chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., March 5th, 2024. I hereby appoint the Honorable Claudia Tenney to act as Speaker Pro Tempore on this day. Signed, Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Pursuant to the order of the House of January 9th, 2024, the chair will now recognize members from lists submitted by the majority and minority leaders for morning hour debate. The chair will alternate recognition between the parties with time equally allocated between the parties, and each member other than the majority
On this vote, the yeas are 210. On this vote, the yeas are 209. The nays are 205. The previous question is ordered. The question is on the adoption of the resolution. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The gentleman is, for what purpose does the gentleman seek recognition?
I ask for a recorded vote.
The gentleman requests a recorded vote. A recorded vote is requested. Those favoring a recorded vote will rise. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. seconds. Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? On this vote, the yeas are 209. The nays are 206. The resolution is adopted. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. All right. Lorden. The House will be in order. The House will be in order. Pennsylvania. What purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to... Hold on a second. Okay. That all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous materials on H.R. 6276.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman will suspend. Pursuant to House Resolution 1071 and Rule 18, the chair declares the House in the Committee of the Whole on the State of the Union for the consideration of H.R. 6276. The chair appoints the gentlewoman from Virginia, Ms. Kiggins, to preside over the Committee of the Whole.
The House is in the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for the consideration of H.R. 6276, which the clerk will report by title.
A bill to direct the Administrator of General Services and the Director of the Office of Management and Budget to identify the utilization rate of certain public buildings and federally leased space and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the bill is considered read the first time. General debate shall be confined to the bill and shall not exceed 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure or their respective designees. The gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry, and the gentleman from Washington, Mr. Larson, each will control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr.
Madam Chair, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The committee will be in order. The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. H.R. 6276, the Use It Act of 2023, implements common sense and reasonable space occupancy standards to get federal employees back into the office, or the agency will have to lose that unnecessary, unneeded, unused space. As a recent Government Accountability Office review of how agencies were actually using their headquarters space here in Washington, D.C., found that 17 of 24 agencies the GAO reviewed used 25% or less of their space. 17 of 24, 25% or less of their space. One agency even admitted that if 100% of their employees showed up, every single one of them showed up, they would still only use 67% of their own building. Even more troubling is some agencies were using only 9%. They can't even make double digits of their space, 9%. And to be clear, we're not just paying for space to sit empty, but throughout the whole time we're paying for utilities and services such as heating, cooling, lighting, regular power, maintenance, security for the entire space that no one is in. Empty federal buildings are not only a drain to the federal taxpayer, but they also don't produce investments needed for local economies because nobody's in the building. There's nobody there to go out to lunch. The bottom line is agencies should bring federal workers back to the office. But the reality is underutilized space has been a chronic problem in federal real estate and is one reason federal property has been on the GAO's high-risk list since 2003. So this is 20 years on now that this problem has been identified and remains existing. In order to address the issue, H.R. 6276
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In order to address the issue, H.R. 6276 would use similar metrics to those used by the GAO and require federal agencies to report on their actual utilization rates. Set a target utilization of not less than 60%, not less than 60, so it's very reasonable, and require the General Services Administration to report to Congress if any agency fails to meet that standard. Agencies will be given time to meet the 60% utilization standard, but if they fail to do so, they would have to lose or give up their excess space. Give up their excess space. Ultimately, the result of 6276 will benefit not just the federal taxpayer, but also allow unused federal buildings to be put to better use for the local communities. I urge support of this bill, and I reserve the balance.
Pennsylvania reserves. The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield myself as much time as I may consume. H.R. 6276 directs the OMB and the GSA to establish standards for measuring occupancy in federal buildings. The bill directs the GSA and federal tenants to use sensors to measure occupancy, requires the heads of federal agencies to report occupancy and utilization data, and directs the GSA to notify agencies and Congress when occupancy in a federal building falls below 60%, at which time GSA would be permitted to consolidate tenants. The bill further requires OMB and GSA to develop a plan to consolidate agency headquarters buildings in the National Capital Region that will result in a utilization rate of 60% or more. Now, I agree with Representative Perry's goal to reduce agency costs by giving up unneeded space, and I've consistently made that point to him and others on the committee. I am opposed to this bill. The bill defines occupancy as the total number of employees physically working from their offices at least 5 days per week. Many federal employees may not sit at their desks all day, every day, including federal firefighters, disaster responders, law enforcement officers, Border Patrol agents, food safety inspectors, TSA supervisors, National Park Service rangers, and more. These employees would not be included in occupancy counts required by this bill. Also not counted would be the federal employees who work alternative work schedules. Federal law grants the Office of Personnel Management authority to promulgate regulations to administer alternative work schedule programs and permits agencies to allow the use of flexible schedules. This authority extends to employees of any executive agency, any military department, and the Library of Congress. To have an accurate picture of space needs in federal buildings, all federal employees occupying buildings should be counted, and a full-time employee with an approved work schedule is still a full-time employee. And this bill fails to consider that fact. I have concerns with the bill because it does not adequately consider the complexity of the federal leasing process, a process that, frankly, is far too complex. And directing the OMB and GSA to reduce space if occupancy falls below 60% sounds fiscally responsible. But in most currently leased locations, if agency space is reduced, the government will still be on the hook for the original cost in the lease contract because most existing lease contracts do not include partial termination rights. In prospective leases, partial termination rights would increase the cost of leases for the government. Again, I want to work with the chairman, we want to work with the chairman and the committee to resize the federal estate footprint and reduce costs, not unnecessarily increase those costs. But here again, this bill falls short. After this period of general debate, we're going to move on to debate on 7 amendments made in order by the Rules Committee. I will not be opposing any of those amendments, but unfortunately, the 7 amendments do not fix the underlying defects in the bill, so I will still oppose final passage. I'm disappointed as well the Rules Committee did not make in order the amendment that Representative Titus offered that would have adjusted the calculation of the occupancy rate to include employees with approved alternative work schedules. This fix would have gone a long way toward alleviating my concerns with the legislation, but not even allowing a vote on this amendment is really a missed opportunity for bipartisanship on this bill. So with that, Madam Chair, I will reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Washington reserves. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And to my good friend, the ranking member of the full committee, the current administration doesn't even count every single employee in the federal system. And this bill, as he knows, does not affect flex schedules or telework schedules, has nothing to do with that. And so we can, in this case, have our cake and eat it too. We can have this bill, we can get our occupancy rate up to 60%, we can pass the bipartisan amendment that myself and Representative Auchincloss have worked together on and is in order, and we can try and right-size the people that actually show up to work while acknowledging in the federal system that not everybody has to be in the office. But with that, I want to yield 3 minutes to my good friend from Louisiana, Mr. Graves.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I want to thank the gentleman from Colorado for promoting this legislation, for carrying it through the committee. Let me provide a little bit of background because I think there's been some confusion here. If we look at occupancy rates of federal buildings from pre-pandemic to current, then 54% of the buildings are occupied as compared to pre-pandemic. Let me say this again. If you look at pre-pandemic occupancy and compare it to today, you have 54% occupancy as compared to what would have been 100% at the time, 100% of those slots filled. So what this legislation does is it says that if leases are occupied 60% or less, then the government needs to give up those leases. So my friend from Washington has brought up the fact that you have folks who do telework and flexible schedules and things along those lines. There is a 40% cushion, number one. Number two, I think something that is incumbent upon folks in government that are using public money to pay for this, let me say it again. $2 billion a year to operate and maintain, $5 billion a year to pay for leases. It's incumbent upon these folks that are managing this to make sure that you are properly coordinating schedules. If people are teleworking or flexible schedules or whatever, that's fine. Just manage them in a way that maximizes the use of the space. Look, this is ridiculous what's going on. $7 billion a year. If we went around the Congress and asked members of Congress, do you have something in your district that needs funding and you've been unable to get funding for? Every single one of us could spend $7 billion. We've been trying to fight for a new bridge crossing the Mississippi River for years and years now. It should have been done 40 years ago. So let's be clear. It only requires divestment or elimination of the lease if the occupancy is less than 60%. What private business would even do that? I think it actually should be a higher standard in an ideal situation. As Chairman Perry said, according to a Government Accountability Office study that went through, they looked at 24 federal agencies and 17 of the 24 only used 25% of the space. This is insane. There's better uses of taxpayer funds. And in closing, Madam Chair, I want to remind everyone here, our current government debt is approximately $34.5 trillion. Each individual taxpayer's share of that's around $257,000. I couldn't afford that. I don't think we need to be irresponsibly and recklessly spending taxpayer dollars in this environment or ever. I commend my friend from Pennsylvania for pushing this legislation. I urge adoption and yield back.
I thank the gentleman from Louisiana. I reserve.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania reserves. The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Okay, Madam Chair, I'd like to yield 3 minutes to the representative from Virginia, Representative Pyer.
The gentleman is recognized.
Madam Chair, I rise in firm opposition to H.R. 6276, the Utilizing Space Efficiently and Improving Technologies Act. Contrary to what the title would suggest, this bill is an irresponsible partisan effort that would seriously harm not only our federal workforce located in the National Capital Region, but simply ignores the practical realities of federal jobs. While I agree that we should always help our agencies run more efficiently and decrease spending where we can, this bill reveals ignorance of the current process the GSA undertakes when it comes to contracting, evaluations, and consolidations. Further, the bill exempts warehouses and laboratories from its space restrictions, but doesn't name secure classified information facilities, SCIFs, as an exempted category. I'm concerned that this would cause negative implications for local facilities that have been designed specifically for use of SCIFs and for our national defense work broadly. Finally, this bill offers no consideration for workers with alternative work schedules, people who do field work, people who work non-traditional hours or days, or those who have telework arrangements. Don't get me wrong, many of our colleagues and I support the idea of our federal agencies consolidating spaces to repurpose parts of their budgets. They've already done that with the Patent and Trade Office in my district, or to decrease spending. But this bill actually does the opposite, because by cutting short contracts, we increase spending. GSA already assists agencies with consolidating unused spaces. If you take out the bill language that matches what GSA is already doing, it's easy to read this as just a partisan ploy to move agency headquarters out of the National Capital Region and attack federal employees. There's no need to introduce the bill to mandate work that GSA already does and to threaten to remove agency workspaces because of arbitrary building occupancy rates. Madam Speaker, I've invested and managed real estate for many decades. This bill doesn't offer an appropriate metric to evaluate space usage, need, or work productivity. I didn't consider places in my car stores that were occupied by cars instead of people as wasted space. It's a matter of appropriateness. Any member here who would allow their staff to work from home would be a hypocrite to oppose this bill. We need the best and brightest to want to work for the federal government, and we want to utilize telework and non-traditional hours or days where it's appropriate. After all, we want the most productive and effective federal workforce, and implying a 1950s mentality of butts in seats 5 days a week doesn't reflect the actual work that most Americans do. What if they need to spend every day in a SCIF or at a site visit? And for these reasons, at the appropriate time, I'll offer a motion to recommit this bill back to committee. If House rules had permitted, I would have offered the motion with an important amendment to this bill offered by Representative Titus. This amendment would ensure that all federal employees, including ones using alternative work schedules, are counted for utilization rates of federal buildings. This amendment would significantly alleviate some concerns coming from workers who use alternative work schedules and whose access to reliable workspaces would be threatened by this bill. At the end of the debate, I will insert into the record the text of this amendment. I hope my colleagues will join me in voting for the motion to recommit and yield back the balance of my time.
Reserve.
The gentleman from Washington reserves. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So historically, for 20 years anyhow, while this problem's been identified, these issues have historically been bipartisan. In fact, it was former President Obama that advocated agencies to freeze and then reduce their space footprint, recognizing that agencies had far more space than they needed. And to the gentleman that just testified, GSA actually wants to, they want to do it. They want to reduce the space, but the agencies won't allow it. And why would they? Why would they? They get so much space and they don't have to deal with managing it or not. They just get the space and they can continue on their other work with as much space as they need, sometimes 3,000 feet per employee, 3,000 square feet per employee. A lot of people in America would like to have a house that's 3,000 square feet for their whole family. And if they found out, if they knew, if they were watching today and found out that the federal government was paying for that, that their taxes were paying for that when they couldn't afford it themselves, they would be furious. The Obama administration set a standard that agencies had to account for things like teleworking and actual space usage and planning for the space. For example, in an agency that may have 1,000 people assigned to a building, yet only a portion of those people would be counted when it came to desks and space. So it makes up for, it puts into consideration things like teleworking. The Obama administration even proposed selling the Department of Labor building based on this type of space utilization and counting. More recently, I know that the gentlewoman from the District of Columbia has previously proposed legislation to move and sell the Department of Energy. And, you know, folks say that Republicans just want to kick federal employees out of their buildings. We don't. We'd actually prefer that they come back to work. And if they would come back to work, I think it's very reasonable for us to say that we want the building to be 60% occupied, 60%. That's, to me, a pretty good compromise with my friends on the other side of the aisle who are saying that, well, we just want to sell buildings and kick federal employees out of their buildings. We don't. We want them to come to work, but we want them to be good stewards of the taxpayers' money, use the space efficiently, and when you don't need it, like everybody else would do, give up that space to be utilized either by other agencies in the federal government or by the political subdivision. Some town, some city where that building is located should have the advantage to use that space so that they can increase their tax rolls, so that they can help their vendors out on the streets, and so that they can help their community without a reserve.
Reserves. Gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have no further speakers, and I'm ready to close if the majority is ready to close.
Washington is recognized.
I'm prepared to close if the gentleman from Washington is prepared to close.
Close on general debate.
Gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I appreciate that. I do think it is incumbent on me to characterize my position and recharacterize my friend's characterization of my position, which, as I recall, was to close buildings and kick out federal employees. That is not my position. In fact, in many ways, I share the goals of the chair of the subcommittee that it's clear we have much more federally owned and leased space than is currently being used, given the work schedules and changes that have taken place since COVID. And it is necessary for us to look at how best to consolidate that space, to right-size that space, given its usage. The problem I have is the hammer approach that this particular bill takes by setting a hard and fast 60% rule, rather than looking at the flexibility necessary when you're considering agency by agency, division by division within those agencies, and how that space can be used properly and most efficiently. So we've worked on a bipartisan basis on the committee on a wide range of policies, including right-sizing the federal real estate footprint. Just yesterday, we passed on suspension the FASTA Reform Act, a bill that the chairman himself sponsored that will expedite the disposal of excess federal property. And when we work together, we can make some really good progress on this and other issues. But today's bill does fall short by failing to take into account the complexity of the federal leasing process and using an incomplete and flawed metric for measuring occupancy rate of federal buildings. So I do welcome the opportunity to work with any member in good faith, and we've done that on, again, many issues in the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee. And we all want to make genuine improvements on the federal real estate program. So I do oppose this legislation, urge my colleagues to do the same. And before yielding back to balance my time, I do want to enter into the record, if I may, the statement of administration policy that the administration strongly opposes H.R. 6276, a letter from the AFL-CIO writing in its opposition to H.R. 6276, dated March 12, a letter dated March 11th from the Federal Workers Alliance opposing H.R. 6276, and a letter dated March 8 from the American Federation of Government Employees opposing H.R. 6276. And if I can enter those with unanimous consent, I'd appreciate that.
The gentleman's request is covered under general leave.
Thank you very much. And with that, Mr. Chair, I yield back the balance of my time.
Yields back. Gentleman from Washington is recognized. Pennsylvania is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, can I inquire to the time remaining?
The gentleman has 20 minutes remaining.
Oh, my. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I do want to respond to my good friend from Washington. I didn't mean to mischaracterize his assessment or his comments. However, the speaker before you did essentially make those claims, and so I was answering to that. And while I'm here, I want to characterize what the public is seeing if they're reading the Washington Times. Here's an article from Wednesday, December 6, 2023. The idea to fill empty federal buildings with illegal immigrants, where DHS headquarters is 69% unused and Social Security offices are 93% vacant. 93% vacant. No wonder offices like mine deal with so many constituent calls when they can't get answers from the Social Security Administration. We would like those folks to come back to work, but if they're not going to come back to work, my goodness, could we stop having everybody, including Social Security recipients, pay for the empty building? And then there's another one from the Washington Times here, dated Thursday, September 21st, 2023. Telework's empty buildings opens the door for Legionnaire's disease. Well, isn't that wonderful? Won't that be great when the source of a new outbreak of Legionnaire's disease comes from a vacant federal building that we're paying for? And of course, here's another one. The IG to investigate federal offices left vacant by telework policies, from the Washington Times, and the date of this is Wednesday, October 18th, 2023. And finally, ghost towns. Federal office buildings are 80% vacant, government fund audit fines. 80% vacant. We have an opportunity here that shouldn't be partisan, should be pretty simple. All we're saying is, my goodness, federal agencies, can you come back to work at least 60%? At least 60%. Is that too much? It's 10% above 50%, which would be half empty. We find that very objectionable, but at least 60% should be something we agree on. This article is from the Washington Times, dated Thursday, October 26, 2023. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to have all these entered into the record.
The gentleman's request is covered by general leave.
I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman's request is covered by general leave.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Federal real property has remained on the GAO's high-risk list for more than 20 years. The Government Accountability Office has said this is a high risk for the last 20 years. and we're on the precipice. We're standing on the edge of providing a solution to the excess space that exists that we keep paying for. At the same time, our debt has gone to $34 trillion. By May, it'll be $35 trillion. We're not going to save trillions here, but we can save billions here. And if you start adding up billions, maybe you'll finally get to trillions. But we're not saving anything right now, and we're not going to save any of this if we don't pass this bill. This is our opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to finally fix this problem, a problem that I will note historically has found bipartisan support to address the issue. And even on this occasion, when the bill was lacking, we had a hearing, we had a markup on it. Friends on the other side of the aisle said, would you listen to a way where potentially we could improve it? And of course we did, and we worked together. You're going to have an opportunity to vote on that amendment shortly. The Use It Act of 2023 is reasonable. It is common sense legislation that simply says that if the federal employees don't come back into the office, the taxpayer is not going to have to pay for the empty space. We don't have any extra money in this town, Mr. Speaker. Nobody has any extra money. Right here, we've identified it. This is where some of it's going, unnecessarily. We could consolidate, we can sell things off. Some of these agencies would probably get a new building, just at the right size, where their workers would still have flex time, would still telework where appropriate, where constituents, where our bosses, where the American people could access the services that they pay for and deserve to get because they do pay for them. All right, Mr. Speaker, I do urge support of this bipartisan, soon-to-be bipartisan bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. All time for general debate has expired. Pursuant to the rule, the bill shall be considered for amendment under the 5-minute rule. The amendment, in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure, printed in the bill, shall be considered as adopted. The bill as amended shall be considered as read. No further amendment to the bill as amended shall be in order except those printed in House Report 118-419. Each set further amendment may be offered only in the order printed in the report by the member designated in the report, shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and opponent, shall not be subject to amendment, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question. It is now in order to consider amendment number 1 printed in House Report 118-419. For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, pursuant to House Resolution 1071, I rise to offer an amendment.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 1, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-419, offered by Mr. Edwards of North Carolina.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1071, the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Edwards, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from North Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'd like to commend Mr. Perry for his work on this important bill. I had the opportunity to serve on the subcommittee on T&I where this issue, this horrible expense issue was brought to our attention. And I'd like to start by thanking also my bipartisan co-lead, Ms. Gluesenkamp-Perez from Washington, for her partnership on this amendment and the greater standalone bill. I'm here today to urge support for my amendment to H.R. 6276, the Use It Act. I introduced the Federal Use It or Lose It Act, or the full act, back in November to bring accountability to the practice of maintaining high telework levels while maintaining expensive office leases and to reduce wasteful government spending on unused office space. My bill was drafted in concurrence with Mr. Perry's Use It Act to ensure that our language was synonymous and could work together to establish strong federal building policies and procedures to reduce the federal footprint. The full act unanimously passed out of the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee by voice vote during the full committee markup on November 15th. As you well know, a GAO report found that 17 of the 24 major agency headquarters in D.C. were less than 25% occupied during the first quarter of 2023. Even the few agencies above 25% reported right around or below 50% occupancy. Meanwhile, taxpayers continue to pay for 100% of the office space federal employees are not using. The federal real estate portfolio has become a wasteland that is seldom reviewed. Leased assets cost taxpayers more than $6 billion a year, and even during the peak of telework between 2020 and 2022, federal agencies managed to spend more than $1 billion in a single year on new furnishings. If you compare the Use It Act and my amendment, you'll see our language is very similar. Mr. Perry's Use It Act establishes the criteria that I reference in my amendment to regulate general federal building practices. My bill differentiates itself by serving as the reporting catalyst for Mr. Perry's bill. The Use It Act creates mandatory reporting requirements for agencies, and the full act will require that GSA include language in all leases with federal tenants directing the submission of an annual report on a monthly occupancy and inclusion of written procedures governing the return of that unused office space to GSA. Together, the language ensures Congress has up-to-date information to make the best space utilization to make decisions for our taxpayers. The full act also requires independent leasing authorities to submit a report to the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee, the Senate Committee on Environment and Public Works, and the Congressional Committee of Jurisdiction on Occupancy and Space Utilization. Ultimately, my amendment seeks to equip Congress and GSA with the data needed to provide greater oversight of federal leases, to reduce the federal real estate footprint, and to ensure that we're maximizing every federal dollar spent on office space for agency use. Mr. Perry's bill sets the best practices for managing federal real estate, and my amendment provides the mechanism for implementing those best practices. Ultimately, Mr. Speaker, I urge support of my amendment, which will help to strengthen congressional oversight of government spending on office leases and prevent taxpayers from continuing to foot the bill for underutilized federal office space. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Washington seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I claim time in opposition, though I am not opposed to the amendment.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment requires a GSA to include in its occupancy agreements with federal tenants a requirement that tenant agencies submit a report on utilization and usage to GSA. Also requires a return of office space by the tenant to GSA if occupancy falls below 60% for 6 months within a 1-year period. GSA previously allowed tenant agencies to return unneeded space back to GSA with 120 days notice. But in May of 23, GSA changed its policy, and now all new occupancy agreements between GSA and federal tenants must include a non-cancellation clause to prevent agencies from returning space to GSA. Requiring agencies to return space if occupancy falls below 60% for 6 months does not account for the fact that space costs incurred by the government still remain under the lease contract. So I have concerns about the mechanics and the costs of an agency returning space to GSA with this amendment. I will not oppose this amendment. With that, reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I yield the gentlelady from Washington State, Ms. Gluesenkamp Perez, as much time as she may consume.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. I rise today in support of my amendment with Representative Edwards to the Use It Act, which would incorporate our bipartisan bill, the full act, to inform how federal office leases are renewed and ensure unused government offices space can be effectively repurposed. Flexibility in where federal employee work has allowed public servants to spend more time coaching their kids' Little League team and less time commuting in traffic. And telework has been beneficial to rural communities like mine. But federal policy needs to keep up so taxpayers aren't footing the bill for empty office office space. We want to see our tax dollars going to fixing aging infrastructure in our public schools, not to landlords. With more than half of all federal leases set to expire in the next 5 years, our full act would help the government better utilize space and cut down on expensive building leases and furniture. Our amendment will require important reporting on space utilization, occupancy, and availability, as well as ensure agencies have written procedures in place to return unused office space to the GSA. Instead of wasting tax dollars on empty buildings and their landlords, we should be using them to replace our crumbling infrastructure. I'm grateful for Congressman Edwards' partnership on this bipartisan, common sense effort to reduce government waste and be responsible stewards of taxpayer dollars. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from North Carolina's time has expired. The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, we do not oppose the amendment on this side of the aisle, and that'll yield back the balance of our time.
The gentleman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from North Carolina. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 2, printed in House Report 118-419. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 2, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-419, offered by Mr. Perry of Pennsylvania.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1071, the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry, and a member opposed each will have control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to offer this bipartisan amendment to the bill H.R. 6276 with my friend Representative Auchincloss from Massachusetts. This amendment makes 2 clarifying changes to the bill, ensuring that the legislation collects occupancy data in a way that better encompasses all federal workers, wherever they're working, and protects the privacy of those workers. This amendment updates the definition of occupancy in the bill from the total number of employees performing duties in person over a 5-day work week to the number of employees doing so over a 40-hour work week, ensuring that occupancy calculations can more comprehensively account for all employees. Now, the issue came up during discussion in regular order in the committee. Mr. Auchincloss had some issues with the bill, rightly so. He came to me and he said, "Can we work on this?" And I said, "Sure, I think we can, because we're all interested in making things better, no matter where the ideas come from." Additionally, this amendment requires that the sensors used to collect occupancy data within this bill are designed to protect the personally identifiable information of the building's occupants, ensuring that these new requirements will not impinge and impose on federal employee privacy. It's been great to work with. You know, we all want to improve things, right? We all think we have the best ideas, but sometimes we don't. And when somebody else does, you just got to say, well, look, can we get it done together? And if that brings us together, this is a win for the American people, and quite honestly, a win for this Congress if we can work on the amendment, get this passed, and also the bill without a reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman, for what purpose does the gentleman from Washington seek recognition?
Chair, I claim the time in opposition to the amendment, although I am not opposed to the amendment.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, I want to yield 1 minute to the representative from Massachusetts, Mr. Auchincloss.
The gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of my amendment with Mr. Perry to his bill, the Utilizing Space Efficiently and Improving Technologies, or USE IT Act. I support the intent and much of the substance of the underlying bill. I believe it is wise to require the federal government to be a good steward of its leases and of taxpayer dollars. It is important to reevaluate employee occupancy of federal buildings in this new post-COVID employment environment, just as the private sector is doing, and to right-size our federal office space accordingly. This amendment makes 2 important revisions to the bill, and I appreciate Mr. Perry's collaboration in adopting it. First, it defines occupancy in terms of hours per week instead of days per week to better reflect federal employees who have compressed work schedules. And second, it codifies that any technology used to collect occupancy data should protect personally identifiable information, which GSA is already doing. This amendment does not solve every outstanding issue with this bill. I agree with the ranking member that Ms. Titus's amendment should also have been made in order, but I do believe it materially improves it, and I urge my colleagues to support this amendment. I yield back.
Gentleman yields.
Reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, trying to alleviate the fact that a vast majority of the buildings are vastly understaffed, yet 100% of them are paid for. That's what we're trying to do here. It's been a 20-year-long problem, 20 years long. The Obama administration recognized it, tried to do something about it, and of course, the GSA wants to do something about it, but again, tenants, the occupants of the building, the agencies have no incentive to reduce their space. They'd be happy to have all the space and have nobody in it, except when they feel like showing up, as long as the taxpayer is willing to pay for an empty building, well-heated, well cared for, well maintained, just in case they might use it. Now, we have told the Rules Committee that we want to see all the amendments that are worthy be listened to, be debated, and come to the floor for a vote, because we think that improving ideas, no matter where they come from, are the greatest thing for this institution and for this effort. And so with that, I have no other speaker. I urge my colleagues to vote in favor of this amendment that I worked on with my good friend, and I yield the balance of the time.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My biggest concern with the underlying bill is it defines occupancy as the total number of employees physically working from the offices at least 5 days a week. Many federal employees do not actually sit at their desks at all because they're out in the field working. As the bill is currently written, these employees, as well as federal employees who have approved alternative work schedules, would not be included in occupancy counts. This amendment makes a slight improvement to that definition, as was explained by the representative from Massachusetts. The effort to count occupants in buildings is worthwhile, but only if we ensure that all occupants, including those who have been sanctioned and approved with their alternative work schedules, are included. So this amendment will improve the bill, and I want to thank the representative from Pennsylvania and the representative from Massachusetts for their efforts. With that, I will yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Pennsylvania. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 3, printed in House Report 118-419. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Wyoming seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 3, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-419, offered by Ms. Hageman of Wyoming.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1071, the gentlewoman from Wyoming, Ms. Hageman, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Wyoming.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise today in favor of my amendment number 3 to H.R. 6276, which expands on the bill's reporting requirements to have the federal agencies also evaluate whether occupancy and utilization rates are affected by the agency's remote and telework policies. The underlying bill as drafted requires federal agencies and the General Services Administration, or GSA, to measure and report on occupancy and utilization in public buildings and federally leased spaces. My amendment builds on this reporting requirement and forces the agencies to measure how telework and remote work impacts the utilization of its physical office space. Telework and remote work have long been available to the federal workforce, but the wide scale and regular use of such policies drastically increased during COVID. Two priorities of this majority have been to return the federal workforce to work and to understand how remote and telework impacted the efficiency of the federal government and the services it is required to provide to our constituents. The Committee on Oversight and Accountability under the leadership of Chairman Comer and Sessions have done great work to accomplish this goal. Mr. Perry's bill and other bills reported by the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee measuring the usage of federal office space make further meaningful steps in achieving the goals of this majority. Yet the agencies have been anything but fully transparent. My amendment seeks to build on this great work by requiring that the agencies measure the new age of remote and telework on the usage of physical government space. With telework and remote work so widely used in 2024, and study on the usage of office space any study on the usage of office space would be incomplete without measuring it against the number of employees, which only sometimes or never have to physically report to work. This would help Congress understand how much of the federal office spaces are actually being used on a regular basis in the post-COVID world, which would also help us to determine if we need to divest of physical office space to save taxpayers' dollars and streamline the federal government. I urge all my colleagues to support my amendment, and with that I reserve.
The gentlewoman reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Washington seek to be recognized?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I claim the time in opposition to the amendment, though I'm not opposed to the amendment.
Without objection. The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chair, Section 4 of H.R. 6276 requires the heads of federal agencies to submit to the Office of Management and Budget, the General Services Administration, and Congress a report on the usage of real property. The amendment that the representative from Wyoming offers expands the reporting requirement by including the telework and remote work practices of the agency and the impact those policies have on utilization rates in buildings occupied by the respective agency. It certainly would be helpful for Congress to have a clearer picture of these policies and practices across the government. I support this amendment. With that, I reserve the balance of my time.
Reserves. The gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, with that, I would again urge my colleagues to support the amendment, and with that, I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. Gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thanks, Chair. We have no further comments, and I yield back the balance of our time on this amendment.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Wyoming. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 4, printed in House Report 118-419. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Wyoming seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 4, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-419, offered by Ms. Hageman of Wyoming.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1071, the gentlewoman from Wyoming, Ms. Hageman, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Wyoming.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in favor of amendment number 4 to H.R. 6276, which clarifies that the General Services Administration, or GSA, should use PIV badge swipe data, isolating the first credentialed use of the day for each cardholder as a tool to measure utilization of federal office space. The bill as currently drafted explicitly directs GSA to use sensors and other technologies in public buildings and federally leased space to measure occupancy and utilization. The GSA states that occupancy data has proven to be a vital tool for agencies to accurately evaluate space utilization and to manage property accordingly. As part of this effort, the GSA is piloting occupancy data collection technologies. Another method GSA uses is badge swipe data, which relies on personal identification verification, or PIV card swipe data at building access points. PIV data is broken down into unique credentials and isolated to the first usage of the day. In short, it uses a federal worker's PIV card to check attendance at the door. My amendment would clarify that badge swipe data is and should be a tool GSA uses as part of the measurement of office utilization space. While occupancy sensors measure the utilization of specific rooms, according to the GSA, badge swipe data can provide a historically daily count of the number of unique credential individuals in a space or building, daily building density based on square foot per person, and annual rent per person occupying the space. This is absolutely the type of data we need to achieve the outcomes of the underlying bill. The collection of the daily attendance for each federal office building, which is then reported to Congress, will also help further our majority's goal to measure the impact of agencies' telework and remote work policies. Again, my amendment is simply to clarify that this important data collection technology that GSA is piloting is utilized to the extent it can be in this mission to measure usage of government office space. I urge all of my colleagues to support this amendment, and with that, I reserve.
The gentlewoman reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Washington seek to be recognized?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I claim time in opposition to the amendment, though I am not opposed to the amendment.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chair, Section 3 of H.R. 6276 requires the heads of federal agencies to work with the Administrator of General Services to identify, deploy, and use sensors and other technologies to measure the occupancies of federal buildings. The amendment from the representative from Wyoming will require that personal identity verification badge swipe data should also be used, but only capture the first credential use of the day for each card holder. Ensuring that each person is counted one time, not every time they may leave or return, would provide accurate representation of building utilization and meet the goals of Congress to better assess the use of federal office space. So I support this amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Wyoming is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, just one final statement. This amendment is to clarify that Congress intends for GSA to use all occupancy data collection techniques. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and with that, I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. Gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Chair. No further speakers, and so I yield the balance of my time.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Wyoming. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 5, printed in House Report 118-419. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk, Mr. Speaker.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 5, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-419, offered by Mr. McCormick of Georgia.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1071, the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. McCormick, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Georgia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise to offer my amendment to H.R. 6276, the Utilization, Space Efficiency, and Improvement Technologies Act, or the Use It Act of 2023. My amendment is simple. It would amend Section 4 of the bill to make the reports required by section be made publicly available on a website operated by the General Service Administration, the GSA, with exceptions for national security-related reasons. The American people deserve transparency. For too often, the people of this country, the ones who fund the government, the ones we represent, don't know where their money is going. Taxpayer dollars are frivolously being used to heat and cool empty and underutilized government buildings. The American people see tens of thousands of dollars go out of their paychecks every year to pay for what? A wide open southern border, rampant inflation, an out of control national debt, and an inefficient bureaucracy. This is ridiculous. The people deserve to know their money is being used efficiently. Making these reports on office usage publicly available will increase public oversight on the activities of the federal agencies and, in turn, increase public trust and confidence in our government. I reserve the remainder of time.
Reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Washington seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I claim the time in opposition to the amendment, though I am not opposed to the amendment.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized.
The amendment offered by the representative from Georgia requires some significant reporting on occupancy, utilization rates, and costs by the heads of federal agencies to the Office of Management and Budget, the General Services Administration, and Congress. Information gathering and transparency is vital to efficient and effective governing, so I will not oppose the amendment. I do want to point out, however, that agency heads are already required to report occupancy and utilization data, and that data can be found on GSA's annual performance overview reports on GSA's website that the public can access now. But with that, I will not oppose the amendment, and I will reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Prayer to close.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chair, my amendment is simple, easy, and common sense. I ask for my colleagues to support this amendment and support the underlying bill.
Does the gentleman yield back?
I yield the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have no other speakers, so I yield the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Georgia. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 6, printed in House Report 118-419. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I rise as the designee of Mr. Mills from Florida, and I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 6, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-419, offered by Mr. McCormick of Georgia.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1071, the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. McCormick, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Georgia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm here today to offer an amendment number 6 to H.R. 6276, Use It Act, on behalf of gentleman from Florida, Mr. Mills. I fully support the accountability and advanced by an underlying bill. The continual bloating of federal government's physical footprint costs American taxpayers obscene amounts of money each year. This straightforward amendment provides additional transparency to the bill to ensure that Congress and the American people have the most fulsome data about the costs associated with this bill's implementation. Specifically, this amendment requires the Government Accountability Office, the GAO, to report on the cost of establishing future methodologies and technologies to measure federal building occupancy as required by the bill. The enactment excludes any pre-existing systems in place before the date of the enactment of this act to prevent any duplicative accounting. As we strive to limit waste, fraud, and abuse in our government, this amendment ensures that we are doing so with transparency and accountability in federal billing management. This bill and its amendment to it are hardly riveting. However, good governance often requires a willingness to do the mundane administrative work to keep up the ship upright and moving forward. I also want to take a second just to say that I wish Mr. Mills could have been here to offer this important amendment, but he is currently on his way back from Haiti, assisting the evacuation of American citizens as this country enters a state of complete anarchy. His commitment to America, domestic and abroad, is commendable. And with that, I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Washington seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I claim time in opposition to the amendment, though I am not opposed to the amendment.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. Section 4 of H.R. 6276 requires the heads of federal agencies to submit to the Office of Management and Budget, the General Services Administration, and Congress a report on the usage of real property. The amendment offered by the representative from Georgia for the representative from Florida requires the Government Accountability Office to report to Congress on the cost to federal agencies associated with the complying with Section 4 of the underlying bill. GAO's report must include the cost to federal agencies of surveying, monitoring, and deploying sensors and technologies to measure the occupancy and actual utilization rates of space in public buildings and space leased by the federal government. I support this amendment and with that reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman is from Georgia is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I'm prepared to close.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chair, just like the last amendment, this amendment is about transparency and accountability. Once again, I ask for my colleagues' support on this amendment and on the underlying bill. I yield the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
We have no further speakers, and with that, I yield the balance of my time.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Georgia. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 7, printed in House Report 118-419. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 7, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-419, offered by Mr. Rose of Tennessee.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1071, the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Rose, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee.
Mr. Chair, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous material into the record.
The gentleman's request is covered by general leave.
Mr. Chair, I yield myself as such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I rise in support of my amendment to H.R. 6276, the Use It Act. The Use It Act is a common sense bill that requires a report on the occupancy and actual utilization rates of public buildings and federally leased spaces occupied by federal agencies. The report must also list any cost to taxpayers associated with capacity that exceeds occupancy. The Use It Act also requires the government to sell or dispose of excess capacity space or consolidate space in buildings with a utilization rate below 60%. Mr. Chair, Tennesseans are rightfully outraged that their taxpayer dollars are paying for mostly empty federal buildings. Many of the folks I represent show up to work every day to put food on the table, care for their community, or teach and train the next generation of leaders. However, for some reason, those in Washington and around this country who collect a check from their taxpayer-funded job believe showing up for work is no longer necessary. They are mistaken. In a report on the Use It Act issued by the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure, the committee noted that according to a recent Government Accountability or GAO report, 17 of 24 agency headquarters in GAO's review were at 25% or less utilization. The GAO report also noted that some agency headquarters had as low as 9% space utilization. 9%. Mr. Chairman, think of it this way. A federal building with an occupancy of 1,000 may only have 90 people working in it on any given workday. That is just ridiculous, frankly. That's why I have offered my amendment, which would build upon the underlying bill by specifically requiring that federal agencies report to inspectors general any large public building or federally leased spaces with a capacity of 500 employees or more and a utilization rate below 20% during the reporting period in the underlying bill. My amendment excludes vacant office buildings. Any large building or federally leased space identified would be forwarded to the relevant inspector general to conduct an investigation to determine whether there is any evidence of fraud, waste, abuse, or mismanagement. It's simple, Mr. Chairman. If a building meant for more than 500 people is being utilized less than 20%, the Inspector General must investigate whether there is fraud, waste, and mismanagement taking place. It's unfortunate that although many large federal office buildings are operating at frighteningly low occupancy rates, federal agencies are not taking steps to increase building utilization rates. Action to reduce their footprint or any meaningful movements to reduce the operating costs of these empty office spaces despite repeated warnings from Congress to do so. It is imperative that inspectors general investigate whether waste, fraud, and mismanagement is taking place in these buildings that aren't being utilized to ensure that we are spending taxpayer dollars wisely. I urge my colleagues to support my amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Washington seek to be recognized?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I claim the time in opposition to the amendment, though I am not opposed to the amendment.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. The amendment offered by the representative from Tennessee requires the heads of federal agencies to submit a report to the Inspector General of each respective agency on buildings under the agency's jurisdiction that has capacity for 500 or more employees but has a 20% utilization rate or less. Upon receipt of the report, the relevant Inspector General is to investigate evidence of fraud, abuse, or mismanagement. Now, I will say this, I don't know why this amendment is necessary. I understand that federal real estate has been on the General Accounting Office's high-risk list for years, but nowhere in GAO's reporting were there claims of fraud, abuse, or mismanagement. And even though this is only a reporting requirement, requiring the Inspector General of every federal agency to investigate could be a waste of time and resources. This amendment seems to be a solution to chase a problem, but I will not oppose it, and with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I have no speakers, and I'm prepared to close. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Washington. Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Tennessee has the right to close.
I yield myself the balance of my time.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chair, thankfully, the worst effects of the COVID-19 pandemic are past us. However, most federal agencies have not adjusted to this post-pandemic period. which is reflected in the deserted federal office buildings throughout our country. I hope all members will support this effort to bring greater transparency and accountability to large federal buildings and federally leased spaces with low utilization rates by supporting my amendment and the underlying bill. In closing, I urge my colleagues to vote yes on my amendment, yes on the underlying bill, and I yield the balance of my time.
And yields. Gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll just close on this amendment by speaking to the broader bill briefly, and that is the goal that we share in Congress is to ensure that Congress, the General Services Administration, the agencies all adjust to the post-COVID life that we have in federal real estate, that we are right-sized in federal real estate, and that we get rid of the office space we don't need and use the office space that we do need. This amendment is an attempt to do that. I certainly am not going to oppose it, but do ask folks to consider it. And with that, I will yield the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Tennessee. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. There being no further amendments under the rule, the committee rises.
Mr. Chair.
Madam Speaker, the Committee of the Whole on the State of the Union has had under consideration H.R. 6276 and pursuant to House Resolution 1071, I report the bill as amended by that resolution back to the House with the sundry further amendments adopted in the Committee of the Whole. Thank you.
The chair of the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union reports that the committee has had under consideration the bill H.R. 6276 and pursuant to the House Resolution 1071 reports the bill as amended by that resolution back to the House with the sundry further amendments adopted in the Committee of the Whole. Under the rule, the previous question is ordered. Is a separate vote demanded on any further amendment reported from the Committee of the Whole? If not, the chair will put them in gross. The question is on the adoption of the amendments. Those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. The ayes have it. The amendments are adopted. The question is on the engrossment and third reading of the bill. Those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, please say nay. No. The ayes have it. Third reading.
A bill to direct the Administrator of General Services and the Director of the Office of Management and Budget to identify the utilization rate of certain public buildings and federally leased space and for other purposes.
Pursuant Clause 1C of Rule 19, further consideration of H.R. 6276 is postponed.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Fry, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 1071, I call up House Resolution 1065 denouncing the Biden administration's immigration policies and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Resolution 1065, resolution denouncing the Biden administration's immigration policies.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1071, the resolution is considered read. The gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Fry, and the gentlewoman from Washington, Ms. Jayapal, each will control 30 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Fry.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to insert extraneous material on House Resolution 1065.
Without objection.
I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, just over 3 years ago, Joe Biden took office as President of the United States, and he immediately began upholding his campaign promises to reverse the Trump administration's immigration policies. On day one, this president issued executive orders that sent the world a message that America's borders are open. He used his executive authority to stop border wall construction, rescind the Remain in Mexico policy, prevent the removal of illegal aliens, and block ICE and CBP from enforcing immigration laws. In the weeks and months that followed, President Biden terminated Trump-era policies aimed at preventing fraudulent asylum claims, ending catch and release, increasing criminal alien removals, and preventing illegal immigration. After all, if Trump did it, it must be bad. And what was the result of Biden's radical and dangerous systematic dismantling of policies that worked to reduce and prevent illegal immigration? The biggest mass illegal immigration in the history of the United States. Nearly 7.5 million illegal aliens have been encountered by the Customs and Border Patrol on the southwest border. There have been 37 straight months of 100,000 southwest border CBP encounters. The Biden administration has released more than 4.5 million illegal aliens into American communities, in addition to at least 1.8 million known gotaways avoiding apprehension. At least 340 illegal aliens on the terror watch list have been encountered by Border Patrol along the southwest border, and that's just the ones that we know about. And I haven't even mentioned the northern border, where historically high numbers of illegal aliens are encountered by CBP every single day. And who could have predicted these results? Well, for starters, the Trump administration officials did. House Republicans did. The American people did. Sheriffs, CBP, DHS employees did. Ranchers, farmers, families, they all did. They warned the Biden transition team not to rescind policies like the Migrant Protection Protocols and Title 42. But politics trumped common sense, and the American people are left with the national security, public safety, and financial disaster that is the Biden administration's immigration agenda. After 3 years of chaos, the Biden administration seems to have finally gotten the message that Americans get uneasy when they see mobs of illegal aliens beating up New York City police officers, watch endless numbers of illegal aliens stream across the southwest border, and hear the heart-wrenching details of murders like that of 22-year-old nursing student Laken Riley by illegal aliens, who should not have been here in the first place. So with an election on the horizon, President Biden's handlers have decided that now is the time to finally admit that what is happening on the southwest border is a crisis. And instead of correcting, they're blaming Congress. But the American people are not stupid. They know that if President Trump was able to establish the most secure border in American history, despite the open border groups rushing to get his immigration policies enjoined in activist courts at every turn, then President Biden, too, could use his executive authority to help secure the border and restore those policies. They know that President Biden simply refuses to do it. President Biden refuses to implement the Migrant Protection Protocols, to stop abusing discretionary case-by-case and other parole authority, and to re-implement President Trump's asylum cooperative agreements so we can remove illegal aliens seeking asylum to third countries. President Biden refuses to expand the use of expedited removal, refuses to use 212F authority to suspend the entry of aliens to secure the border, and refuses to end catch and release. President Biden refuses to comply with the mandatory detention statutes of the Immigration and Nationality Act for admissible aliens, and he refuses to rein in the use of taxpayer-funded benefits for illegal aliens. This stands in stark contrast to President Trump, who only refused to give up on securing the border. To everyday Americans, the answer to the border crisis is simple: secure the border and enforce the law. That is what the Trump administration did. That is what America needs, and that is what President Biden refuses to do. House Resolution 1065 affirms that President Biden has the executive authority to help control the border, affirms that President Biden affirms that the Biden administration is refusing to use that authority, and urges President Biden to immediately begin using that executive authority, as has been done before. H.R. 2, the Secure the Border Act, passed this House last spring and would enhance our current law and help ensure the border is controlled. Senate Democrats have refused to bring that bill to the Senate floor for almost a year now. In the meantime, and while we wait, President Biden should use his executive authority to ensure the national security and public safety of Americans is paramount. He should use it to secure our border, and he should do so today. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from South Carolina reserves. The lady from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, for the second time in less than 2 months, with another shutdown looming, we are wasting our time on a meaningless immigration resolution full of empty rhetoric whose sole purpose seems to be to justify Republicans' lack of desire to address solutions for our broken immigration system. How did we get here, Mr. Speaker? Earlier this Congress, House Republicans passed their cruel, inhumane, and unworkable border bill, H.R. 2. Now, Republicans continue to say that H.R. 2 is the only way to secure the border, and they continue to say that Democrats have refused to bring H.R. 2 up in the Senate, but in fact, that bill has since failed twice to pass the United States Senate, receiving just 32 votes a few weeks ago. That means there's a lot of Republicans over there in the Senate who didn't vote for H.R. 2. And then, after insisting that the only way to address the border was through harsh border security legislation and holding Ukraine aid hostage, Republicans even managed to get some Democrats to agree to a border bill in the Senate that was written largely by the Senate's second most conservative Republican senator, a bill that Minority Leader Mitch McConnell called the toughest border bill in 30 years. But what happened to that bill? Donald Trump said he didn't want to do anything to help the border in an election year because he wants immigration to be out there as a campaign issue. Other Republicans said it out loud as well, saying they didn't want to do, quote, too damn much to help a Democrat, end quote. Folding to the cult of Donald Trump, and just hours after the 370-page text of the bill was released, Speaker Johnson declared the bill, quote, dead on arrival in the House. The rank and file fell in line, and the Senate bill died before the metaphorical ink was even dry. Republicans have showed clearly what we Democrats have been saying over and over again, that they don't want to do anything that would help address the issues that we face of a broken immigration system. Instead of solving the problem, my colleagues on the other side want to continue to weaponize the border as a political issue for this election year. The truth, Mr. Chairman, is that the situation at the border is directly linked to the fact that our legal immigration system has been left in chaos because it has not been modernized in 30 years to meet the needs of our country, our economy, and our families. When the legal process is so backed up that it takes decades for legal residents to get their children into the country, or when employers simply can't get people they need to hire approved because there's a backlog of 2 million people that haven't been processed, or when we have so few immigration judges that asylum seekers wait over 8 years to get their cases heard, well, then people give in to unscrupulous actors, including the cartels, who promise them that if they pay them a boatload of money, they can get them in by going to the border. Until you fix the legal immigration system so that it works and you update the caps and the quotas, you will continue to see large numbers of migrants at the border. You cannot fix the border without fixing the underlying system. And you certainly cannot fix it with only harsh immigration policy. Speaker Johnson and others have been caught in their own trap. They refuse to give President Biden the resources that we need to process people more quickly. They voted against more money to secure the border with more technology and equipment that Border Patrol agents have told us that they need. They even voted against more money for more agents at the border. And to hide their hypocrisy, they're now claiming that the president can just, quote, secure the border through harsh executive actions alone, no action by Congress necessary.
Today's resolution is just another ham-fisted attempt to weaponize the issue of the border, and it's filled with misinformation. The resolution alleges that the Biden administration is not removing people fast enough. Yet in the 8 months since ending Title 42, this administration has removed or returned, despite some of our due process concerns, this administration has removed or returned over 500,000 people, roughly equivalent to the number of people removed and returned by the Trump administration in all of fiscal year 2019. The resolution states that the administration, quote, could comply with the mandatory detention statutes of the Immigration and Nationality Act, which no administration, including the Trump administration, has ever complied with, because no Congress has ever appropriated the extraordinary levels of funding that such compliance would require. The resolution complains that the president isn't using the suspension of entry authority in Section 212F of the INA. But Republicans want to forget that President Trump tried to do exactly that in November of 2018, and he was stopped by the courts. Even the Supreme Court refused to intervene and lift the lower court injunction. Enforcement-only policies do not stop people from crossing the border. In fact, when former President Trump implemented the Remain in Mexico policy early in 2019, that summer, we saw some of the highest levels of migration of the entire Trump administration. And when President Trump used Title 42 to turn back all border crossers, encounters between the ports of entry actually shot up, not down. Cartels made money hand over fist by providing people with multiple entry attempt packages. One individual was apprehended over 40 times alone, just one individual. In fact, from February 1st of 2017 to December 31st of 2020, the duration of Donald Trump's presidency, illegal border crossings went up by over 300%. People do not make the arduous, dangerous journey here on a whim. They do it because they're often fleeing for their lives or they're desperate to escape an unlivable situation in their home country. And because of that, they will continue to come no matter how many draconian policies they may have to face once they arrive. But the way we can deal with that is to have a system that actually works inside the United States, legal pathways for people to come to this country. The way to fix the border is to modernize our current immigration system so that it works to provide people with different opportunities and abilities to apply, to be with their families, or to come here and work, or to flee war or torture, and have their applications and claims processed in a timely way. We have already seen that when we provide workable ways for people to seek entry and refuge, they will use them, and encounters between ports of entry fall dramatically. This resolution shows once again that Republicans don't want to do anything to fix the border. This is a resolution that literally does absolutely nothing, changes not one single policy that is on the books. I urge all my colleagues to oppose this resolution, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The lady from Washington reserves. The gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 5 minutes to my friend and colleague, the gentlelady from Texas, who is the author of this resolution.
The gentlelady from Texas is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you to my friend for yielding. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong support of House Resolution 1065, which is critical to addressing one of the most pressing challenges of our time, the unprecedented crisis at our southern border. This resolution is not just a condemnation of this administration's policies, but a call to action, a plea for a return to responsibility, security, and the rule of law. The Biden administration's approach to border security, marked by its relentless pursuit of political correctness at the expense of common sense and American lives, has reached a point of abject failure. This was made painfully clear by the president's abhorrent recent statements, where he felt compelled to apologize for accurately identifying a murderer as an illegal immigrant. Let me be very clear. As a granddaughter of Mexican immigrants myself, I am very proud of our heritage. In fact, the community where my family and I live is over 90% Hispanic, and I have yet to encounter anyone outside of 3 or 4 activists here in Washington, D.C. who are offended by calling Laken Riley's killer exactly what he is, an illegal immigrant who is a murderer. In fact, where I'm from, being called an illegal immigrant is perhaps the kindest thing we would say about such a despicable individual who is a murderer. The outrage seems reserved for those who are out of touch with the realities of everyday Americans, including the vast majority of Hispanics who are sick and tired of extremists using our culture as a shield for their radical open borders agenda. President Biden's apology is emblematic of a broader issue. Our border policy, just like everything else with this administration, is not dictated by the needs of Americans, but by the whims of DC insiders and the elitists who just don't care about working Americans. Their policies have jeopardized the safety and well-being of both American families and the migrants and children who are being exploited by the ruthless cartels. This resolution once again brings to light the harrowing reality that under President Biden and Secretary Mayorkas' watch, our nation has witnessed the worst border crisis in American history. The resolution is clear on its demands. It is time for this administration to uphold its responsibilities. We must initiate asylum cooperative agreements with safer partner countries, expedite removal authority judiciously, and ensure that those not admissible are detained as federal law requires. This is not merely a question of immigration policy, but of national security, public safety, and basic human dignity. I respectfully implore my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support House Resolution 1065. Let us send a resounding message to the safety and security of American citizens that the safety and security of American citizens are non-negotiable. We deserve a sensible, secure, and humane immigration system. For the sake of our nation, for the protection of our citizens, and the integrity of our borders, I urge you to support this resolution. Thank you. I yield back.
The lady yields back. The gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
Reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The lady from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would just remind my colleagues that no president has ever been able to detain everybody that is required by law because we have never appropriated that amount of money. Now it's my great pleasure to yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from New York, Representative Velasquez.
The chair recognizes the lady from New York for 2 minutes.
Thank you, and thank you, the gentle lady, for yielding. Mr. Speaker, if Republicans were really interested in fixing our broken immigration system, why are we wasting our time debating this non-binding resolution? Republicans claim that all President Biden needs to do to fix our immigration system is to unconstitutionally shut down the border and return to the draconian policies of the Trump administration. Immigration in our country has been broken for decades, and enforcement-only immigration solutions do not work, and you know that. We must also recognize the positive benefits of immigration. According to the CBO, increased immigration will help bolster our economy by about $7 trillion over the next decade. If Republicans really care about addressing the problems of our immigration system, they will join with Democrats to pass thoughtful and bipartisan legislation to actually address the problem at the border. But guess what? They are not interested in doing that. All they need is a political talking point. Instead, we are debating a resolution that will do nothing and help no one. I urge my colleagues to oppose this resolution, and I yield back.
I reserve the balance of my time.
The lady from Washington reserves. The gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
3 minutes to the gentleman from California.
Speaker recognizes the gentleman from California for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This resolution reflects the testimony that the Immigration Subcommittee of the House Judiciary Committee recently received from experts and former ICE officials that the President has the full authority in existing law to secure our borders. He simply refuses to do so. Now, Donald Trump enforced our laws. He used Title 42 to stop millions of illegal crossings. He required asylum claimants to remain in Mexico or other safe third countries until their cases were heard. He enforced court-ordered deportations, and it worked. Illegal immigration fell to a 46-year low. Now, the laws didn't change. The president changed. On Biden's first day in office, he ended the Remain in Mexico policy. He ordered ICE to stop enforcing court-ordered deportations, and he ordered all construction on the border wall to cease. And since that day, this administration has deliberately released more than 4.5 million illegal aliens into our country and allowed an additional 1.8 million to evade apprehension by the Border Patrol while it was overwhelmed. That is a combined population of illegal migrants entered into this country the size of the state of Missouri, our 18th largest state with 8 congressional districts. And I repeat, the laws didn't change, the president changed. Last year, the House passed H.R. 2 to make it harder for future presidents to flout the law, but Senate Democrats killed it. Instead, they tout a bill that would leave a future president powerless to enforce our immigration laws until illegal crossings reached a minimum of 4,000 per day. This crisis is exactly what the Democrats promised to unleash, and it's exactly what they have unleashed and defended every day for the last 3 years. The hard truth is that cannot be fixed by the Congress. That can only be fixed by replacing this administration with one that will secure our border, enforce our laws, and protect our people. And that can only be done by the American people at the ballot box. I yield back.
Gentleman from California yields. Gentleman from South Carolina.
I reserve my time.
Reserves. The lady from Washington is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no more speakers and I'm ready to close.
Gentlewoman reserves.
I have no more speakers and I am also ready to close. I reserve.
The lady from Washington is recognized to close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're very efficient here. While you may not know it from some of the language being used today, we are debating an immigration resolution that is non-binding. That means it does absolutely nothing. It is full of empty rhetoric, but it makes no actual policy changes to address the outdated immigration system. It does not a single thing other than take up time for debate on this floor when we should be working on making sure that our government doesn't shut down. Rather than debating the meaningless resolutions, we should be exploring how to meaningfully reform the broken immigration system to expand lawful immigration to the United States, given the documented benefits that it brings. In 2021 alone, DACA recipients paid $6.5 billion in taxes, refugees paid almost $28 billion in taxes, and TPS holders paid $2.2 billion in taxes. Likewise, in 2021, undocumented immigrants paid approximately $18.6 million in federal income taxes and $12.2 billion in state and local taxes. Recently, the Department of Health and Human Services released a study demonstrating that refugees and asylees generated $124 billion in fiscal benefits over 15 years. And the Congressional Budget Office, a nonpartisan entity, recently released a report finding that recent immigrants who joined the workforce will add $1 trillion in revenue to our country's GDP between 2023 and 2034, and $7 trillion overall to our GDP. It's also estimated that putting undocumented immigrants on a roadmap to citizenship would not only increase U.S. GDP by $1.7 trillion over the next decade, that action would also raise wages for all Americans and create hundreds of thousands of new jobs. Unfortunately, Republicans talk a big game when it comes to immigration and border security. But instead of trying to pass thoughtful and bipartisan legislation to address the problems in our immigration system, we are wasting our time on resolutions like the one before us today. It cannot be clearer. Republicans are simply not interested in solutions. And before I yield back, let me yield 1 minute to the chair of the Congressional Hispanic Caucus, Representative Nanette Barragan from California. Three minutes.
For 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Congresswoman Jayapal, for being a leader in this space. I rise today to oppose yet another anti-immigrant resolution from House Republicans. It's Republicans who refuse to vote for additional resources to address challenges at the southern border and instead spend their time on empty messaging resolutions such as this. Worse yet, they continue to lie. Just take a look at the resolution. This resolution says the Biden administration suspended and terminated asylum cooperative agreements with El Salvador, Guatemala, and Honduras, established by the previous administration. The fact is, 2 of these agreements were never implemented by the previous administration, and one was paused at the start of COVID, the pandemic. The resolution says the Biden administration has refused to use its authority to detain inadmissible migrants. The resolution claims the Biden administration is intentionally not enforcing the mandatory detention requirements of the Immigration and Nationality Act. The administration didn't do that. Now, this administration, the Biden administration, is actually detaining migrants. The fact is, the Biden administration is detaining approximately 39,000 inadmissible migrants. The resolution also says the Biden administration has the authority to use expedited removal and is refusing to use expedited removal. Again, that's not true. Let's look at the facts. The Biden administration has expanded expedited removal to remove hundreds of thousands of people. My point today is this just goes to show you Republicans are not serious about the border. If they were serious, they would stick to the facts and they would stick to solutions. This bill, this resolution is not about solutions. It is all about politics. They have consistently opposed legislation to increase funding to address the needs of the southern border. It is Republicans who refuse to consider President Biden's $13.6 billion funding at the border. Let me talk about some of what's in that. Republicans refused to give $850 million to combat fentanyl from crossing the southern border. It's Republicans who refuse to consider $723 million to hire additional Customs and Border Protection officers and Border Patrol agents. And Republicans even refused $1 billion for ICE detention beds.
One more minute.
The lady from California gets one more minute.
And Republicans refused even to consider $1 billion in ICE detention beds, something I don't even agree with. And refused for money to put new fentanyl detection technology for ports of entries. Yet it's Republicans who have said no to all of this. Then the Biden administration helped craft a punitive, conservative, bipartisan Senate immigration bill that I didn't even support. House Republicans, they said no before the ink was dried. Why? Because Donald Trump called and said, don't consider it. We don't want to do anything at all. I need a campaign issue. That's what this is about. Time and time again, Republicans have had a chance to do something. They failed to act every time. They misled, they fear-mongered, they demonized immigrants and tried to convince the American people that they're not responsible for their own failures to act. Democrats should reject these tactics and this dishonest resolution. I urge my colleagues to vote no, and I yield back
Lady from
to Ms.
California's
Jayapal.
time has expired.
Thank you.
I
The
thank
lady
the
from Washington is recognized.
I thank the gentlewoman, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady from Washington yields. Gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm prepared to close. You know, unfortunately, I think my colleagues on the other side suffer from a little bit of amnesia because just as quickly as these Border Patrol policies were taken away with the stroke of a pen at the start of this administration, the purpose of this resolution is to remind our president, who seems to have forgotten, that he has every authority to put back the policies that worked in the first place with that same stroke of a pen. There are steps today that this administration could unilaterally do, including ending catch and release, reinstating the migrant protection protocols, entering back into asylum cooperative agreements with Latin American countries, ending abuses of parole authority, detaining inadmissible aliens, using expedited removal authority, and reining in taxpayer-funded benefits for illegal aliens. The Biden administration single-handedly created this crisis at the southern border, and they can end it with the stroke of a pen. This resolution calls out these numerous actions the Biden administration has taken to systematically open up our borders, and I strongly urge my colleagues to support House Resolution 1065. I yield the balance of my time.
Gentleman from South Carolina yields back. All time for debate has expired. Pursuant to House Resolution 1071, the previous question is ordered on the resolution and the preamble. The question is on adoption of the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The resolution is agreed to, and without objection, a motion. Gentleman from South Carolina requests the yeas and nays. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20. Further proceedings on this question are postponed. Before the House, a communication.
The Honorable the Speaker, House of Representatives, sir. I hereby submit my resignation effective at the end of the calendar day on March 22, 2024 as a United States Representative for the 4th District of Colorado. Enclosed is a letter I submitted to Governor Jared Polis of Colorado. It has been an honor and privilege to serve the people of Colorado and to serve with you and other great members of Congress. Signed sincerely, Ken Buck, Member of Congress.
Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess, subject to the call of the Chair.
The House will be in order. Pursuant to Clause 1C of Rule 19, further consideration of H.R. 6276 will now resume. The clerk will report the title.
A bill to direct the Administrator of General Services and the Director of the Office of Management and Budget to identify the utilization rate of certain public buildings in federally leased space and for other purposes.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have a motion to recommit at the desk.
The clerk will report the motion.
Mr. Byer of Virginia moves to recommit the bill, H.R. 6276, to the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure.
Pursuant to Clause 2B of Rule 19, the previous question is ordered on the motion to recommit. The question is on the motion to recommit. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Those opposed, please say no. In the opinion of the chairs, the noes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I ask for the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote on the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their vote by electronic device. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, this 15-minute vote on the motion to recommit will be followed by 5-minute votes on the passage of the bill, if ordered, and adoption of House Resolution 1065. This is a 15-minute vote.
On this vote, the yeas are 206, the nays are 213. The motion is not adopted. The question is on passage of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The bill is passed without objection. Motion be considered.
No. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Washington seek recognition?
On that, I ask for a recorded vote.
A recorded vote is requested. Those favoring a recorded vote will rise. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 217, the nays are 203. The bill is passed. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Without objection, the title is amended. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on adoption of House Resolution 1065, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Resolution 1065, resolution denouncing the Biden administration's immigration policies.
The question is on adoption of the resolution. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 226, the nays are 193. The resolution is adopted without objection. The motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that the clerk be authorized to make technical corrections in the engrossment of H.R. 6276 to include corrections in spelling, punctuation, section numbering, and cross-referencing in the insertion of appropriate headings.
Without objection. Does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that when the House adjourns today, it adjourn to meet at 9 a.m. tomorrow.
Without objection.
The House will be in order. The House will be in order. For what purposes does the gentleman from California seek recognition? Thank you.
Madam Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise the similar remarks. Is that okay?
Yes, without objection. The gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, folks at home, they're wondering about their utility rates, why are they going up so high? And it isn't always the fault of the utility. When I look around and see what government does to make things cost so much more, whether it's stopping the exploration for oil and gas in order to run some power plants, or tearing dams down because they don't like dams because it might impede fish passage, so we don't have hydroelectric power. But then some of the demands government makes in order to give them a permit to operate once again like they've been doing for 50 or 100 years. Do you know they demand things like, well, we want you to build a road for us here and maintain it for us, even though the utility doesn't necessarily actually use that road, or at least a big chunk of that road. And they don't have a partnership with the Forest Service, for example, say, well, you do half, we'll do half. No, they just make demands. It's like Don Fanucci walking around in Godfather.
Please take your conversations outside. Sir, please continue.
Do I get extra time?
The House will be in order. Please.
The demands government makes of people to just operate, it's like Don Fanucci walking around in Godfather Part 2, just collecting a little bit from everybody. It has no nexus to the actual operation of the utility in order to just deliver electricity to the people. Government needs to be reined in on its demands, on the thuggery it is, in order to just do business. And so when people are wondering, why is my utility bill so high? It isn't just because evil utilities. It's government. Operating permits to trim around trees so we don't burn down all of Northern California. One thing after another. Government needs to be reeled in.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, today I want to congratulate Sister Linda Yankowski, CEO of the Holy Family Institute, on being recognized as a Pittsburgh Business Times Woman of Influence and receiving their Career Achievement Award. It's an honor justly earned for her 40 years of service as a woman of faith at the Holy Family Institute and decades of dedication to at-risk youth and communities across Western PA. Congratulations. Madam Speaker, I rise today to join so many in Western Pennsylvania in celebrating the life of Jim Roddy, extending my condolences to his family and loved ones. A proud Marine, Jim led Allegheny County through a critical transformation, serving as the first county executive and ushering in a new era of county government. I had the privilege of working with Jim on the bipartisan Blue Ribbon Commission on Pennsylvania's election security, where his counsel was invaluable and where patriotism carried the day over any party label. Fair winds and following seas, Marine. I yield back.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from Georgia is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Andrew Rodriguez, a Savannah Eagle Scout who is the first in the United States to achieve all 5 religious patches awarded from the National Catholic Committee on Scouting. At the age of 5, Andrew recognized his interest in the Boy Scouts of America. Currently, the 15-year-old high school sophomore has continued as a scout, but believes that his participation has much more tremendous value beyond earning badges and medals. Being in Boy Scouts has given Andrew a community of lifelong friendships and skills that he can carry into his adult life. Andrew is on the right path to be an influential leader in his community. As I said, he is the first scout to earn all 5 of these religious patches, which are not required. It is young people who go above and beyond, like Andrew, who are destined to lead. I would like to thank Andrew for setting a good example for his peers, and I congratulate him on this amazing achievement. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purposes does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman from New Jersey is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Reverend Brian Rawls, Sr., for becoming the 13th pastor of St. Paul's Church. Reverend Rawls continues a family legacy. His father, Bishop Hilton Rawls, Sr., has been the pastor of St. Paul's Free Will Baptist Church in Newark for more than 40 years. Reverend Brian Rawls comes to St. Paul Baptist Church with exceptional credentials. He earned a Master's of Divinity degree and a Doctor of Divinity degree from New Brunswick Theological Seminary. He was the director of the Newark Youth One Stop Career Center and a former chair of the Mayor's Commission on the Homeless for the City of Newark. Today, Reverend Rawls is the Dean of the School of Christian Studies and Assistant Professor of Church Ministry and Leadership for Pilar College in Newark. In addition, he has traveled the world to teach about the kingdom of God. And again, congratulations to my friend, the Right Reverend Brian Rawls. His church is getting an outstanding leader. And with that, I yield back.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to address the body for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from Florida is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to honor the life of Dr. Gerald Schiebler, a pillar of the Florida medical community. Dr. Schiebler passed away on Amelia Island at the age of 95. In 1960, when he joined the faculty of the University of Florida, he was the very first pediatric cardiologist in North Florida. In addition to saving lives in the hospital, Dr. Schiebler saved lives with his lifelong advocacy, having established protocols for pediatric cardiology and the Florida Poison Control Center. Along with his late wife, Audrey, Dr. Schiebler launched child protection teams and the Guardian Ad Litem programs. Protections for kids that we take for granted today were established by the Schieblers. Perhaps his finest moment was this past year when his late wife, Audrey, was inducted into the Florida Women's Hall of Fame. She left him a list of things that he needed to finish in their lifelong advocacy in the medical and child welfare fields, and I believe he did. He was a friend. I loved him. My family loved him, and we will miss him. I ask my colleagues to join in celebrating the amazing life of Dr. Gerald Schiebler along with offering our deepest condolences to his friends and family. Madam Speaker, I yield back.
For what purposes does the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
I rise in honor of Judge, the accelerant detection dog of the city of Allentown, Pennsylvania's fire department, who we knew as just Judge. Today would have been his 15th birthday, but sadly he passed away just a few weeks ago of natural causes. Judge came to the city fire department at about 1 year of age and had been specifically trained as an accelerant detection dog. He would sniff out accelerants such as gasoline and paint thinners and that kind of thing that are rapidly flammable. His work led to 16 convictions of arsonists, leading to prison time. Because of his formidable reputation, arsons dropped by 60% in Allentown. Judge spent his time, all of his time, 24/7, with Fire Chief Lee Lawback and was a beloved member of the Lawback family. But first and foremost, he was a working dog. We all miss you, Judge. May you rest in peace. I yield back.
For what purposes does a gentlewoman from Louisiana seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize Mr. Jim Harper's time as president of the Louisiana Farm Bureau. Jim is a longtime resident of Rapides Parish, where he farms sugarcane, rice, crawfish, and soybeans, some of Louisiana's finest crops. He has given 25 years of his life to the Louisiana Farm Bureau Board of Directors, and I join the countless numbers of people in thanking him for the tireless work that he's done to protect our farmers, ranchers, and producers. Our Louisiana agriculture industry is better because of his commitment and his dedication to Louisiana's largest industry. Jim has been a friend and a true colleague, and there is not a soul who doesn't enjoy the opportunity to work with him. I wish him nothing but the best in his next phase of life, spending more time with his wife, Debbie, and their grandchildren. I know he will never be a stranger to the Louisiana agriculture community. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does a gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
With a great deal of consternation, I rise in opposition to the opposition. HRES 1065, here we go again. Rather than solutions, Republicans denouncing the Biden administration's immigration policies. What do you have to offer? This is an outrage. And I thought it was extremely important to make sure that I put my statement in the record about a president who is putting forward solutions by putting forward a supplemental almost a year ago that would have provided more resources to our southern border, where I live. More resources in terms of dealing with asylum, more Border Patrol, more Customs and Border Protection, more courts, more lawyers to be able to address what the American people want to be addressed. But what do we spend our time doing on the floor of the House? Condemning, not solving, not finding a solution for our DACA young people who are doctors, lawyers, teachers, and others, EMS supporters, if you will, or workers. All we're doing, led by the Republican majority, is condemn, condemn, condemn. I want solutions. As a member of the Homeland Security Committee, second in seniority, we're going to continue to work on the positive solutions of Joe Biden, President of the United States. He has solutions to be able to bring us all together to have a comprehensive immigration reform. Let's work with the President of the United States. Stop denouncing. Do your job.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
I'd like to ask unanimous consent to speak for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized for 1 minute.
Kind of an appropriate build-up to what I have to say. Earlier this morning, I attended a meeting with people who should know what's going on at the southern border, and they brought up something that I don't think has been in the public yet. They brought up the age at which Border Patrol agents are retiring is dropping. It's dropping to such a degree I almost don't believe it, but we're told that the average age of retirement has dropped from 57 to 50. So not only are we having a hard time filling new slots, but people are leaving the old slots quicker than ever. Why is that? They get no support from the White House. People have said, does anybody have any suggestion what to do with the border? I remind America that at the time Joe Biden took office, about 20,000 people a month were coming here. And now, or in December, we were over 350,000. So about an increase times 18. It's not something we have to sit down and talk about and figure what do we have to do, though I'd be happy to talk about. The solution was there under the prior administration. We could cut the number of people coming across by 17 or 18 to 1. Instead, we're going the opposite direction by poorly treating the Border Patrol and not only having more people come here, but further allowing over 100,000 Americans a year to die of illegal joy.
Time's expired.
Thank you much.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman from North Carolina is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, Brianna Landis is a Greenville, North Carolina native and a remarkable researcher living with multiple sclerosis. Brianna was diagnosed with MS at the age of 4, but has never let the disease define her. Instead, she is an MS advocate and uses her diagnosis to help others. Congress must support individuals like Brianna by increasing research funding through initiatives like the MS Research Program. Additionally, we must work towards expanding telehealth services for those who rely on Medicare for their health care needs. In honor of MS Awareness Week, I proudly wear orange for my dear friend Brianna and all those fighting against MS. Let us reaffirm our commitment to funding research, improving treatment options, and ensuring access to health care for our most vulnerable patients. Brianna, I admire your enormous strength. Madam Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from New York is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I rise today to stand with our allies in Ukraine, action that my Republican colleagues have repeatedly failed to take. Over the 2 long years since Putin's brutal war against Ukraine, I've been heartbroken to hear the personal stories of so many Ukrainian Americans in my district and beyond who are living in fear for their families and their friends. Yet, evidently heedless to this call to action from Ukraine, from our constituents, and from many of our nation's allies, Republicans in the House continue to obstruct the Senate-passed bipartisan national security bill, which would deliver military, economic, and humanitarian aid to Ukraine. Their GOP gridlock plays directly into Putin's hands. At the top of his State of the Union message last week, our President Biden, said, if the United States walks away now, it will put Ukraine at risk, Europe at risk, emboldening others who wish to do us harm. Enough is enough. It's past time to stop this gamesmanship and at last rise together to oppose tyranny and defend democracy. The Senate has acted. Put that Senate bill to a vote in the House. The world is watching. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Address the House for a minute to revise and extend.
Without objection, the gentleman from Illinois is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to celebrate March 14th, 314, or Pi Day. Pi is a Greek letter, and in mathematics, it's a symbol for the number that you get when you divide a circle's circumference by its diameter. Many people approximate pi as 3.14 or 3.14159, and on, but the number is irrational. If you try to write down the exact number for pi, there are an infinite number of digits to the right of the decimal point, and there would be no discernible pattern. That means we're down to a mere infinity number of digits to be found, and there's so much new math to be discovered. And mathematics is critical to everything that we do. It's the language of science, the language of engineering and technology. So amidst all of the irrationality that we see about us in Congress, let's celebrate a little of that irrationality on March 14th and celebrate Pi Day. Thank you, and I yield back.
The chair lays before the House the following personal request.
Leave of absence requested by Mr. Danny K. Davis of Illinois for today and tomorrow.
Without objection, the request is granted. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9, 2023, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy, is recognized for 16 minutes as a designee of the Majority Leader.
I thank the Speaker, and I am glad to be here in an empty chamber having the rigorous debate that we are so accustomed to here in the People's House. But that's, again, where we find ourselves with the level of debate at the moment. We're left with bringing bills to the floor, having a couple of hours cut up, and then moving on with whatever bill is put on the suspension calendar. That's not the kind of debate we should have. There's a bill that is coming before us tomorrow that I believe should have vigorous debate. I believe that it does raise consequential issues, and we should debate them here vigorously on the floor of the House. But I want to be unequivocally clear to the American people that I support it, and I support it unapologetically. We have legislation before us that would ensure that foreign adversaries are not able to collect information on the American people, collect data on the American people, use that data to target the American people, undermine our national security, undermine our democracy, and undermine our way of life, which is precisely what is happening with the evidence we have before us. Both classified and very publicly known information indicates very much that TikTok, that has significant ownership by the Chinese Communist Party, that is targeting American citizens. And then there are some who are out professing that this would legislation that would try to prevent that would somehow undermine our freedom. Now look, I do not like the heavy hand of government being used, certainly not wantonly. An individual today, fairly well known out in the social media sphere, put out and said that we had this classified briefing today and that the issue of election interference was brought up. This was a classified briefing that was not supposed to leak, by the way. That's how things work in Washington. It was leaked. Then we had the additional point here, not coincidentally, the anti-TikTok legislation. Let me clarify and stop. It is not specifically anti-TikTok legislation. It is anti-foreign adversary control of American data and information legislation. That this legislation, according to this individual now being debated on the Hill, would allow the federal government to force the sale of any social media platform that interferes in elections, just so you know what's coming in 2025. Now, if I believe that to be true, I certainly wouldn't support the legislation. It is 12 pages long. I would note that a friend of mine who serves on the FCC, Brendan Carr, responded to this, and I happen to agree with Mr. Carr. Mr. Carr wrote, "It would be concerning to many if the bill allowed this." This being the post on X by someone this afternoon that I just recounted. It would be concerning, Mr. Carr says, to many if the bill allowed this. It does not. The text is definitive on this point. The bill does not apply to just any social media platform. Far from it. Here is the only and targeted application, Mr. Carr writes. 1, if you're an individual user, the bill confers zero authority to the government over you. That is true. 2, the bill only applies to applications controlled by one of 4 foreign adversary governments previously codified in law by Congress: China, Iran, North Korea, or Russia. The bill is clear that it is not enough to merely have operations there or do business there. It must be controlled by one of those 4 governments. Number 3, even then, the bill only applies if the application presents a demonstrated and significant threat to national security. Control by one of 4 foreign governments alone isn't even enough under the bill. So you got to have significant ownership by these foreign governments. You've got to have a demonstrated and significant threat to national security. And then, number 4, only after public process provided and Congress reported to with a description of the specific national security threat. Every single one of those hoops and more must be cleared and met. It is very narrow. It confers no authority to go after any other application, even if someone were to allege that it engaged in election interference. What is happening here is a reflexive reaction and a sort of scaremongering tactic. Now, let me pause. I do believe this legislation should have full debate. This is also why I prefer legislation to go through the Rules Committee. This is also why I prefer legislation to be amendable, amended, debated. But this bill was passed out. It's trying to be moved so that it doesn't open up for the possibility of undermining the legislation that was very narrowly crafted with a 50-0 vote out of the E&C committee. Now, many of my conservative and more libertarian friends say, well, 50-0 vote gives me the heebie-jeebies and I don't like it. Well, you know what? That's my general default position in this town. But this is different. I want to be very clear. This is different than what I'm about to talk about in just a minute, which is the uniparty in this town that decides everything for you and is bent on whatever the defense industrial complex says and jams through spending bills and limits our ability to proceed. This is different because it is very specific and narrowly tailored towards the end of ensuring that Americans' data and Americans' safety and security are being protected. That's it. Now, it may not be perfect. Nothing this body ever does is perfect. But this bill was put forward to address that issue, and it is a giant step forward, in my opinion, to recognize the threat against our freedom and our liberty that the Chinese Communist Party poses to us, to our children, to our grandchildren. The extent to which they are using algorithms to undermine and focus on our kids. That's what they're doing. They are targeting our children. We know it. They are targeting our people. We know it. They are skewing the data and the results. If you do a search for China virus, now just my utterance of that word make my colleagues on the other side of the aisle's head explode. If you search for China virus, the difference between Instagram, which is hardly some paragon of like right-wing reporting, the difference in the algorithm response on Instagram versus TikTok, it's 400 to 1. The responses you get if you search for China virus. If you search for Hong Kong, I think it's 180 to 1. If you search for Tiananmen Square, I think it is 80 to 1. The fact is, you're getting demonstrably shaped information out of TikTok. And what most people don't understand, most parents at home while their kids are out using TikTok, and this is a parental problem, not just China, China is specifically limiting the information that kids can see in China. They're making sure that the kids in China see patriotic, pro-China, engineering, all of this stuff you want to try to have your kids see in order to make them into what you want to make them. In our country, we are allowing freedom to undermine our freedom. And that's what's actually happening here. It's the false name of freedom, to be clear, to undermine our freedom. It's not actual freedom because the freedom that we have is being attacked by China, and we're sitting back in the false name of freedom saying, oh no, let's not touch that. I hope that tomorrow we will crack through that. I hope tomorrow, on a bipartisan basis, we will send a message that the Chinese Communist Party cannot knowingly attack us and get a response that is a whimper, because that's what we've been doing so far. If you wanted to destroy America, you would set out and do exactly what China has been doing, bit by bit, targeting our people, undermining our access to information, or at least information that they're trying to control, and target our kids with propaganda. Very specifically. Yes, we have problems with Google, but I'm getting tired of the but Google. Yes, we have problems with Facebook, but I'm tired of the but Facebook, because I get that a lot. The fact is, those things, we want to break up Google? Let's sit down and do it. Happy to have a bipartisan bill to talk about that. You want to deal with Facebook? Happy to have that conversation. You want to talk about the misuse of the power of those big companies, attacking First Amendment rights, targeting people for their political beliefs? Happy to have that conversation. But Do you know how hard that is? Because none of us want to use the power of the government to go after companies so that the government is saying what they know is best about what that means for our freedom and our rights here in this country. That's what we're wrestling with under our Constitution, to protect our rights. But when the Chinese Communist Party is actively targeting the American citizens, I'm tired of people hiding behind the flag to let China do it. And that's what's happening. And people are going to do it in the false name of freedom and in the false name of, oh, let's go do this because, I don't know, a former president says so or a media personality says so. How about we do our job here in the House chamber to take on the Chinese Communist Party and not act like they're not doing what they're doing? I think it's important. I support the legislation. I appreciate my friend Mike Gallagher working on it. I co-sponsor it. I will defend it tomorrow. I will defend it in the future. I'm defending it now. I hope we pass it tomorrow on the floor of the House. But I want to bring something up, because that brings up the question of the uniparty in this town. The fact is, we have yet again reverted to the mean. This town has reverted to what it does best, which is a handful of people making decisions, dropping it on the floor, and then walking away from the deliberative process. Now, again, I want to reiterate, the bill I just talked about, I think we should go through committee, and I think we ought to amend it. But we are walking away from our duty that we fought for 14 months ago, to have amendments, to open up debate, to run through the normal, regular order, but more importantly than that even, to actually stand up to the powers that be in this town that make all the decisions. 3 years ago, I stood on the floor and I pointed out that our border was in chaos already, a mere 2 months into the Biden administration. In his first full month in office, federal law enforcement had already encountered more than 100,000 migrants at the border. It was spiking. It was spiking rapidly. And we all knew it. And those of us who went down to the southern border in Texas, we went down and we sounded the alarm, and we got a lot of crickets in this town. That was the beginning of the radical progressive Democrats' efforts to reshape America with mass releases into our country. Just in December, we saw 370,000 migrant encounters alone. 3 years into this crisis, now, radical progressive Democrats are trying to blame the crisis on Republicans. You heard the gentleman, Mr. McGovern from Massachusetts, on the floor of the House today. He said something in the zip code of, Republicans own this crisis now, which, by the way, was a giveaway. It was a tell, because it was purposeful, because our radical Democratic colleagues worked to try to get a bill in the Senate so they'd have something to hide behind. And unfortunately, a handful of Republicans, either wittingly or unwittingly, went along. But the bill died because the bill doesn't do the job. But here's the question. We've got a situation in our country where we've got wide open borders. I'm going to go through some of the details in a minute. And yet, today, we passed a resolution. I supported it. I voted for it. I went to the Rules Committee, did my job, defended it, argued for it, came to the floor, debated it, argued for it. I support it. But come on. It's a resolution. Why? You want to know why? Because we refuse to use the power of the purse to stop President Biden. That's the truth. That's what we're actually doing. Next week, in about 8 or 9 days, this Republican Party will saddle up with that Democratic Party filled with radical progressive Democrats who want to remake America, dump people into the country through mass releases. My Republican colleagues will saddle up with Democrats to pass a funding bill that will fund all of those open borders. And then they'll try to go home and campaign, but I passed a resolution. But I passed a bill that was named after Laken Riley. Aren't I great? Aren't I awesome? The answer to that question is no, you're not. You're not great. You're not awesome. Great and awesome is when you're willing to stand up and fight for the people you said you would fight for when you came here. We control the power of the purse. And I'm tired of the excuses. We had another member of Congress resign today. So now I'll be told, Chip, we only have a 1-seat majority or 2-seat majority. I don't even know what it is anymore. Let me ask you a question. Does it matter? In 2018, we had the House, we had the Senate, we had the White House, and we had a bigger majority than we have today. And we utterly failed to secure the border. Totally dropped the ball. Didn't do it. Why? I remember why. They would say, Chip, we don't have 60 votes in the Senate. Let me be very clear to the American people back home. There is always an excuse for why those who campaign to come to this town fail to deliver. Always. Here's a glimpse into what we will be funding next week. Here's a glimpse into what your members of Congress, both sides of the aisle, led by radical progressive Democrats, who, by the way, you will get more votes out of them than you do out of Republicans. Every bill we have passed over the last 4 or 5 months of consequence have had more Democrat votes than Republican votes. Let's be very clear. That's the truth. You can't hide from the truth. You can't hide behind rules votes. You can't hide behind pointing fingers. This institution, the Republicans that run it, we are giving the ability for bills to come off this floor with more Democrat votes filled with radical progressive Democrats who want to remake America than Republican votes. The last bill, the first half of this omnibus spending bill that spends at Nancy Pelosi's levels, more than Nancy Pelosi's spending levels, cracking the caps that we passed less than a year ago, that legislation passed, I think, with only 2 Democrats voting against it. 2. Do you know who is in the Democratic Party? 2 voted no. I think we had 83 Republicans vote no. You do the math. Which way do you think that bill tilts? Here's what we're going to fund next week. We had 1,200 known gotaways recorded at the border on Sunday alone. In this country, 1,200 people came into this country. We don't know who they are. We don't know where they came from. We don't know what they're doing. But I promise you, for at least a large block of them, they ain't up to good. 1,200 on Sunday. 4 human smuggling loads were caught in 48 hours in Kinney County just this week, just south of San Antonio. These are friends of mine that live in that county. Virginia authorities apprehended an illegal immigrant from Mexico in connection with the February 29th abduction of a 15-year-old unaccompanied alien child. Illegal alien. An illegal alien from Mexico was arrested for allegedly crashing into a Washington State trooper while drunk and high, killing the 27-year-old husband and father. I've gone through and recounted all of the deaths. We've talked about Laken Riley. We've talked about the 2-year-old who was killed just out of the nation's capital by somebody who was released here by Joe Biden. Meanwhile, criminals with ties to MS-13 and other gangs are selling fake green cards and Social Security cards to illegal aliens on street corners in Queens. That's happening right now. You're going to fund that. A smuggler from Sullivan City led Texas DPS on a high-speed chase in Hidalgo County, just recently arrested for evading human smuggling in DWI. An illegal alien from Venezuela has been charged with manslaughter for a wrong-way accident in Missouri that killed a 12-year-old boy. FBI Director Christopher Wray warned Monday this bureau is very concerned, quote unquote, about a human smuggling network with ties to ISIS that utilizes the southern border to gain entry into the United States. 331 known or suspected terrorists stopped at the border under Biden. 169 in fiscal year 23, 58 so far this year. Members of a Mexican cartel shot at migrants who were taking Ubers to cross the southern border illegally, illegal aliens, leaving 1 woman dead. Nobody crosses the border without cartel permission. They have control. 7.3 illegal aliens crossed our border since Biden took office. That's more than the population of 36 U.S. states. 7.3 million. Nearly 1.8 million known migrants escaped Border Patrol, the gotaways I was talking about before. We have released some 4.5 million of the 7.3 million illegal aliens that crossed our border. 4.5 million we've released. Now, I want to stop there for my radical progressive Democratic colleagues who say that nothing is wrong and they're not doing anything. They're making policy choices to release people into the United States using parole authority against the law to mass release people, including the man that came in here affiliated with a dangerous gang in Venezuela who killed Laken Riley, not Lincoln Riley. 331 on the terrorist watch list under Biden. 75,000 fentanyl deaths in 2022. The administration has paroled 1 million illegal aliens into this country, many of whom come from Haiti and Venezuela. Pause. Many of whom come from Haiti. Has anybody looked at Haiti recently? There's some dude named Barbecue who's in charge of Haiti at the moment, basically running the show. A dude named Barbecue. We got people, they're running like gangs of marauders of cannibals in Haiti. And now we're going to get a mass influx of people from Haiti. In fiscal year 2023, DHS released more than 233,000 under the Cuba, Haiti, Nicaragua, and Venezuela categorical parole program. 83,200 Haitians, 65,000 Venezuelans, 49,000 Cubans, 36,000 Nicaraguans. I could go on and on. Chinese nationals. We've had more than 20,000 Chinese nationals encountered at the southern border since October 1, 2023. My friend, Mr. Perry from Pennsylvania, 20,000 Chinese nationals. For context, more than 24,000 Chinese nationals were encountered across the southern border in all of FY23. We've had 20,000 since October 1. I could go down and down and down the list, but I want to give time to my good friend from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry, a man who wore the uniform, who served his country with distinction, who serves his country with distinction now as a member of Congress, my friend from Pennsylvania. I assume that you're concerned, as someone who has defended this country around the globe, flew helicopters for the United States military. I assume it concerns you that we've got 20,000 Chinese nationals that we've encountered at the southern border since October 1st, 2023, and that we are poised as Republicans to vote next week to fund fully, with additional money, the government that is doing that to the American people.
I am, my good friend from Texas, 20,000 Chinese, and I think to myself, how did they escape the Communist Party of China? Well, to my good friend Representative Roy, I don't think they escaped. I think the Communist Party of China sent them. The Communist Party of China uses facial recognition software and programs oftentimes created in the United States of America to track every single movement, every decision that the people of China make. And so they know why they're here. We aren't sure why they're here, but I suspect it's not because they love America. It's not because of that. And we're going to fund that. And you know what else we're going to fund? And you mentioned this, but I think it's important to put a boy's name, a little girl's name to this, because that's what it is to many Americans. Travis Wolf, a day away from his 12-year-old birthday, 12 years old. Travis Wolf, one day away from being 12. Unfortunately, Indrina Bracco, here illegally, an illegal foreign national in our country, driving 70 miles an hour in Missouri, the wrong way on the highway, crashed into his and his parents' car. And on March 6th, they took Travis off of life support. He didn't make his 12th, well, he didn't celebrate his 12th birthday. He didn't celebrate it because now he's passed on. And I imagine Travis Wolf's parents are thinking, I live in America. I had fourth grade civics. The Constitution says they're going to defend my family. They're going to defend me against a foreign invasion. I've lost my son. What am I paying taxes for? What am I voting for in this country if you can't keep my son alive at the hands of someone who doesn't belong here. Just a month ago, Travis was doing well and smiling and laughing, and now he's gone, and the parents are left with what? What are the parents left with? The consolation that we pass a bill, a resolution in the House of Representatives that says illegal foreign nationals in the country, that's bad? Well, that doesn't make up for Travis. I guarantee you. I don't know Travis. I don't know his parents, but I'm heartbroken for them. And if no one else will stand up for Travis and his parents, I know Chip Roy from Texas will, and I certainly will as well. How about Lisbeth Medina? Murdered in December. Now, her murderer, Rafael Romero, was here illegally. He was a criminal on probation. He was here illegally. He'd already committed crimes, but they let him out. So he stalked Elizabeth. And he went into her apartment where she lived. Elizabeth is 16. She lived with her mother. That's where kids should be, with their parents. But Raphael went in, and he bashed her head in, and he stabbed her to death. She was a cheerleader at her high school with her whole life in front of her in America. America, the place that's supposed to protect its citizens. Supposed to protect its citizens. Meanwhile, Elizabeth's mom now lives in an empty house, I'm sure, heartbroken because her daughter's gone. And why is her daughter gone? Because President Biden says that Rafael Romero and Adrina Bracco deserve to be in America because they came here. And we don't know what their circumstances are, but they deserve to be in America because everybody deserves to be in America. And even though we have a system of legal immigration, the same system that my great-grandmother and my grandmother used to come from Colombia, South America, well, that system's not good enough. Even though we allow 1 million people, the most generous country on the planet, we allow 1 million people to come to America every single year legally. They wait in line, they take the test. They oftentimes know more about American civics than Americans do. But according to President Biden, how many million people, Mr. Roy? 7.3 million people can come from all these other countries, don't have to abide by the law, and can kill American citizens. And you know what the insult to injury is to Elizabeth Medina's mother? Next week, we're going to make sure that the federal government is fully funded so they can just keep on doing it. Keep on sending the killers to kill American citizens. It is unacceptable. It is unconscionable. And somebody's got to stand up for these folks. Somebody's got to, if the majority of the folks in this chamber won't do it, well, then maybe the majority of this folks in this chamber need to get a different job. I don't know what else to say. We are here to represent the United States of America and our citizens. Our citizens. And when they're dying at the hands of people that are here illegally that have been arrested for crimes committed, not only the crime of coming to the country illegally, disrespecting the people that pay the bills around here, disrespecting the people that follow the law around here, but then commit crimes in addition to that. And me and Mr. Roy, Madam Speaker, you're expected to vote to fund all that because it's too hard not to. It's just too hard, Mr. Roy from Texas.
I would ask my friend if you'd engage in colloquy for a minute, just so the American people can understand what we're dealing with. Next week, we are going to take up the second half of an omnibus appropriations package. There's no other way to describe it. It was an omnibus bill broken into two parts. That omnibus bill will spend at approximately $1.66 trillion, or stated in plain terms, $30 billion more than Nancy Pelosi's spending levels passed a mere 15 months ago with abject opposition from the very Republicans in this chamber who are going to vote next week to put the bow around two bills to make one omnibus spending package that will crack the bipartisan caps that we could have at least adhered to limit spending. Is that what the gentleman understands?
That's what I understand. How many months ago did we vote against this?
About 15 months ago.
15 months ago, every single Republican in this chamber voted no on what was and what is just unbelievable spending, unaffordable. We are spending $1 trillion every 100 days now. Every single Republican voted against it. The policy was awful, led to the death of these two individuals. The spending was unaffordable. And now, these months later, we've avoided an omnibus in December so that we can do 2 minibuses in March. And I feel so much better about that. Don't you, Mr. Roy?
To be clear, we are racking up an additional $1 trillion of debt every 100 days.
Additional trillion.
We are spending now this year more on interest than our national defense. We will be cracking $1 trillion of interest in 2026. We are now going to pass a package that spends $1.66 trillion, which the CBO acknowledges will continue to rack up deficits into the foreseeable future. We are going to do that after having voted for a bill last week that funded a number of things, from the Milcon VA to the energy and water to other issues. This next week, though, we're going to be voting on defense. We're going to be voting on state and foreign operations. We're going to be voting on Department of Homeland Security. Now, a lot of these are bills that we passed last year as Republicans in the House. And I would ask the gentleman, when we passed legislation last year, we passed legislation to push back on the radical progressive Democrat agenda in the state and foreign operations bill that we'll take up next week, that I would remind that the United Nations is a part of, to the tune of $12.5 billion. Now, by the way, Texas has had to spend $12.5 billion over the last 3 years to defend itself when the federal government won't do it. But we're going to have $12.5 billion for the United Nations. That is going to be funded this next week by this body, a United Nations, which, let's see if the gentleman agrees, has the United Nations Human Rights Council, which passed condemnatory resolutions on Israel 104 times to China's 0. A United Nations Population Fund, which is complicit in China's population control programs. The World Health Organization, complicit in COVID-19. UNRWA, I know the gentleman's familiar with this one. UNRWA, the corrupt organization that was been exposed since October 7th in terms of its engagement in the barbaric attacks by Hamas on the people of Israel. We're funding it. Now Biden says he's not funding it, but will we make that clear next week? We did last fall, we made it clear, but not clear enough. Why is that? What did the gentleman do last fall?
We had an amendment on the floor to defund the United Nations Relief and Works Agency that funds directly Hamas. Unfortunately, it didn't pass. And then within days of that, Hamas attacked Israel.
And it didn't pass because it didn't have unanimity among Republicans.
That's correct.
And so now, will we vote this week to fund UNRWA? Now, even if UNRWA is taken out, which it's possible that it will be, even if it's taken out, will we continue to fund all of the so-called humanitarian relief that is still getting funneled to Hamas?
Well, what about the funding to the United Nations that is then funneled to south of the border, which is used to pay the cartels to move people from 150 plus countries through my good friend Chip Roy's district in Texas to the rest of the United States, funding the people that are taking the life of Travis Wolff and Elizabeth Medina, funding those people.
Will we continue to fund, through the State and Foreign Operations Bill, the president's radical anti-life agenda? Will we pass instead any of the pro-life protections like the Mexico City policy, or no? What will we be funding? Continuation of the radical anti-life policies of this administration. Will we be voting to end, or will we be voting to fund all of the manner of wasteful and woke international envoys? The special envoy for racial equity and justice, the special envoy to advance the human rights of LGBTQI persons, the special envoy for international labor, the special representative for Palestinian affairs. Will we be voting to fund that next week?
I suspect that we will get almost twice as many votes from that side of the aisle for a bill brought by a Republican majority. And the reason why that is because most of their priorities, the vast majority of their priorities, are funded.
The gentleman served in the United States Army, correct?
Correct.
The gentleman flew helicopters in the United States Army.
Correct.
Rose to the ranks of the title general, correct?
Correct.
Do you believe that we should be next week, as Republicans, voting to fund chief diversity officers across the Department of Defense that are destroying recruiting and turning our military into a social engineering experiment? With the Air Force reducing planned troop totals in their 2025 budget, cutting the total number of airmen of the service after missing its recruiting goals? How about transgender surgeries at the Department of Defense being funded? How about the Department of Defense's abortion tourism funding? How about funding for a Department of Defense that has failed to fully reinstate members impacted by its vaccine mandates, at least 8,000, one of whom I just spoke with the other night randomly at a bar restaurant here in the area in Northern Virginia, who was upset that he got forced out of service in the United States military? Does the gentleman think we should be funding that?
You know that I will be registering a strong no and objection to those things that are destroying the greatest military the planet has ever known.
Yet will not the very same people that will stand up and say we must fund this do so on the back of the men and women in uniform, saying that we must do this for defense? We must do this to make our defense stronger. Will they not be voting for all of those policies undermining our own Defense Department?
They will indeed.
On both sides of the aisle.
On both sides of the aisle.
How about the HHS funding that we're going to be taking up next week, including the Office of Refugee Resettlement, which lost track, as the gentleman knows, of 85,000 migrant children, according to that bastion of right-wing conspiracy, the New York Times, and is working with the NGOs to make the crisis worse. The very NGOs that are receiving funding from the United Nations, the gentleman from Pennsylvania just acknowledged, we're going to fund the United Nations, we're going to fund through our own HHS, the Office of Refugee Resettlement, which lost 85,000 children, and we're not going to demand the changes necessary. Is the gentleman concerned about that?
Of course, we're all concerned. We can't, it's unconscionable. That our detractors, those who disagree with us, say that our position on the border is inhumane, but I would submit that losing track of 85,000 children who, just let your mind wander, or God knows dealing with what right now, turned over by cartels to other cartel members in the United States for just horrific circumstances, and yet we're supposed to just turn our face from that and act like, well, that's the cost of doing business.
Does the gentleman agree that we'll be fully funding Joe Biden's student loan bailout schemes that were found to be unlawful by the United States Supreme Court? And he literally stood at a microphone and said, I don't care, I'm doing it anyway. Do you think we ought to be funding that?
Of course not.
Should we be funding, for example, the under COVID, the continued funding of the Wuhan lab, or anything with respect to EcoHealth Alliance, or without any accountability for any of the people that sent our entire economy into a tailspin, racking up $8 trillion of debt, sending our kids back in time in terms of their ability to compete? Should we be continuing to fund those
things?
There's
no American, left, right, or center, listening to this list that says, sign me up to support that.
I guess now, in conclusion on this point, back to the border. An absolute tragedy that is unfolding for Americans reeling like Laken Riley's parents, like Lizbeth's mom. And by the way, you left out the fact, and I understand, that she was supposed to be cheering at an event. Her mom went there to go see her daughter, and when her daughter didn't show up, she had to go home to find her daughter's lifeless body in a bathtub. Killed by somebody here illegally, an illegal alien. And again, I want to be very clear. The President of the United States, whether he knows it or not, a subject that we explored today in a Judiciary Committee, whether it's willful or not, he's certainly complicit, because the buck stops with the president, that they are releasing people into the United States in mass form, contrary to law, and endangering people like Laken Riley, like Lizbeth, like the 2-year-old out here in Montgomery County, like hundreds of examples, thousands of fentanyl deaths. And by the way, put all that aside. The fact is, we're destroying our country through the weight of what that means for our school districts, our prisons, our hospitals, what it means for health care. We have 50 million foreign-born people in this country. And my colleagues on the other side of the aisle act like somehow this is anti-immigrant, or that we don't want to have immigrants in the United States, when nothing could be further from the truth. I assume that the vast majority of the people that I know working at the Border Patrol, for example, who I know to be majority Hispanic, They want the law to be enforced. I assume that we want to back the people who want the law enforced. Yet, we're going to, I want to be clear, fund all the things we just articulated and fund a Department of Homeland Security to continue to carry out mass releases in the form of parole, asylum, abuse of the law, undermining our security and safety. And by the way, I would point out, we are going to continue to fund the salary of Alejandro Mayorkas, whom we impeached for violating his oath to the Constitution, violating the laws, and endangering the American people. How does the gentleman feel about that?
It's just astounding. It is astounding that that is our circumstance, yet that's where we find ourselves, and that's where Americans find themselves. I mean, I have some of the folks that know me say, oh, you're so dramatic. You're so dramatic about it, and it's really not that bad. Immigration's always been an issue. It hasn't changed that much. You're just trying to increase people's anxiety. You're over the top. But I guarantee you, I don't know him, but I guarantee you, Travis Wolf's parents, Elizabeth Medina's mother, there's nothing more dramatic than losing your child. Laken Riley's parents, there's nothing more dramatic. And the hopelessness that they must feel at the inability to do anything about it, knowing that this is happening in the country, knowing that we know. They know we know. We read the news, we see the names, we hear the stories. But we're going to fund it. And what are we going to say to them when we fund it? It's the best we could do? That's the best we could do. I know that Mr. Roy feels the same way. No one else is here. Speaker's here. Mr. Roy from Texas is here. I'm here. I'm sure there's a lot going on in Washington, D.C. tonight. I'm sure there is. We're going to use this time to honor and to acknowledge Travis Wolf, Elizabeth Medina, Laken Riley, the 100,000 Pennsylvanians died of drug overdose last year. That's happening for a reason. It's happening because these drugs are coming across our border. The cartels are running them. China's providing them. And America, under this president, is doing nothing to stop it.
The America I know enforces the rule of law. The America I know establishes a rule of law that attracts people from the world to come to our country. That's why people come to the United States of America, is because the rule of law affords them the ability to prosper. And yet we are undermining the very thing that attracts people from around the world to come here. I know it's equality, justice, freedom, but if you don't have the rule of law, none of those things matter. If you don't have the rule of law, you have chaos. If you don't have the rule of law, you have what's happening in Haiti. If you don't have the rule of law, you don't have a country. If you don't have sovereignty and borders, you don't have a country. If you don't have that, then there is no America to stand side by side with Israel. If you don't have that, there is no America to even try to come to the rescue of any country like Ukraine or anybody else. If you don't have a country, you have nothing on this earth to be able to organize, to be able to defend the very liberty that we say this country stands for. I would note that this body, Republicans, passed H.R. 2 just under a year ago. That bill would demonstrably change the situation at the border. It would enforce the law. It would reestablish the rule of law. It would still allow people to come here and make claims when they need them if they're being persecuted for their religious beliefs or political beliefs. But they would do so through the normal order. The chaos would end. America would be better off. The Western Hemisphere would be better off. The world would be better off. Most of the individuals seeking to come to this country would frankly be better off, so they're not being abused by cartels or being forced to run from the Darien Gap all the way up through Mexico to come up through this tough journey to come to America, then to get here and have difficulty. Why do I want to bring that up? And I'm going to be wrapping up here reasonably shortly so we can give the floor to another colleague. But why does it